Alright, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Welcome back to yet another live stream. In this live stream, I have made a couple of tiers. This time they're a little bit more, just because, well, we have a lot of characters to go through. So basically, I've gathered every single enemy, boss, tower, hero, like whatever you can even imagine, it's in this list. Like, if I missed something, then I'm sorry, but I've tried to put every single entity like that exists in all of the Kingdom Rush games, which took me an enormous amount of time. But here we have it in its full glory, and basically we will be ranking every single one of them on how attractive or cute they are, like whatever you like to call it. So we'll be starting off with some of the enemies from the first four games. Then we have some heroes to rank, some other towers, some bosses, and the newer enemies. And so basically, this will be the premise of this live stream. I hope that it won't take me like 5 hours, since in total, I think that they are around 470 in total, which is just crazy to think about. But okay, enough rambling. I guess we can start. So we have the basic spiders from the first Kingdom Rush. So like there is nothing special about them, like just purely unattractive spiders. I guess the same could be said for the gargoyles. Like I'm not fan of them. There are other gargoyles that we'll take a look later, which are far superior than these ones. Next we have the sheep. Like I really don't know how to rank the sheep. I'll probably stick to either very cute or astounding for now. I guess some people could even argue that it deserves S or SS tier, but for now I think I'll just stick to A tier, just because I think that there are other entities that might deserve a little bit more spotlight. Next we have the Shadow Archers, so one of the most hated enemies, and for a good reason. But this is not the premise of this live stream, so for them, I think that they're just alright. They're hiding in their hood, so we cannot really see a whole lot of details regarding their vision and so on. So we'll just stick to C tier for now. I guess the same applies for the Dark Knights as well, since, we cannot really see who is inside, but judging by the armor, I guess he's actually very cute. I'll say that he's definitely superior than the Shadow Archers, but for now we'll just leave it at C tier since I would like to have more things to base my ratings off, so yeah. Next we have the regular wolves, so, well, there is nothing really special about them. I guess they're either bearable or alright at best. Yeah, I guess this will be the tier where I guess most of the enemies will be ranked, since there isn't really a lot of negative things that you can say about them, but at the same time, they are not that special either. So, yeah, I think that this spot should suffice for the time being. Um, Next we have the other wolf variant, which I think is slightly worse than this one, like the smaller it is, the cuter it is, if you get what I mean. So yeah, for these guys, I'll just stick with the bearable tier. Next we have the Juggernaut heads. Those guys are actually very cute. I can probably imagine that there is a goblin inside of it that is controlling it, since at least canon-wise, I think that the Juggernaut is being ridden by a goblin or like an engineered goblin, maybe goblin sapper. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but I can assume that the same applies for these Juggernaut heads. So, but if we exclude that, they're just cute. Yeah. So next we have the Winter Wolf variant, which is slightly better than this one. I think that the white color really makes it a little bit more appealing, let's say. But they're basically the same, so there's not really anything further to discuss about them. Next we have the Trolls, so another enemy that, well, the faction as a whole, I'm not that big fan of, so Because I mean, like the blue skin is unusual. It's not really appealing at least to me. So I guess like somewhere around here, I guess bearable is alright since they don't really have anything obnoxious about them. And the same, I guess, applies for these guys as well. But I would say that the troll champions are slightly better just because they have the bulk and so on and so forth. Next we have another enemy, which is actually rather cute, right? It's just a small goblin. I mean, he doesn't really have any facial expressions, but just the cute art style alone, I think is enough to give it A tier. So yeah, I think A tier is fair. Next we have the troll war leaders or like something like that. Well, I think that they're probably the worst out of the bunch. Like these two, I prefer much more than this guy. He just looks menacing, let's be honest, and that's about him. Next we have the Yeti. I think the Yeti is alright, maybe. Very cute might be a stretch, but the top of C tier I think should suffice for now. I think I might have forgotten to add the other Yeti variant, like you know on stage 8, where you can use meteors to unlock the eyes to get the other Yeti to fight for your side. Well, they're basically the same, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, for now we'll just stick with top of C tier. Next we have those guys, super annoying enemy, the jetpack riders or whatever you like to call it. Well, I guess the same principle applies to them as the one for the Dark Knights. So yeah, I'll just probably stick them somewhere around here. Like it's alright if we don't know exactly what's inside, but yeah, they cannot really go any higher because we need to have something to judge them. And well, we cannot really go off anything just because they are full of armor and so on. So yeah. Next we have the Dark Slayer. Well, the Dark Slayer, he isn't really cute. I guess you can call him alright. I can assume that he's slightly better than the regular ones, since you know the person or like, is it a troll or a goblin that is inside the Dark Knights? No, he's actually like we can take an example from the ones in Vengeance, like they're just regular Dark Knights. So, well, yeah, I think either way, this spot should be alright for him. I don't really want to have any discrimination regarding the regular variant. So yeah. Next we have the demons. Well, uh, this one, some people could say that he's cute, but you know they're demons at the end of the day. So I would just stick it to the highly concerning tier. Same goes as the demon world. Like yeah, actually. Mm, well, this tier seems to be a perfect fit for both of them, but like this one is actually reserved for other enemies that we'll take a look a little bit later. So yeah, I think that for now we'll just stick them in these placements. We also have another wolf variant. Like we have a lot of wolves packed in this little spot. So out of all of them, I think that this is probably the one that is my least favorite. So I'll just place it in this tier. Like, it's definitely highly concerning. We also have the demon imp, which I'll rank at the same place as the regular imps. Like I'm not really that huge fan of the gargoyles or imps in general, so yeah, I think that this spot should suffice for them. Next we have the skeletons. Well, what can we really say about them? They're basically just bones with armor or and so on. So yeah, nothing too special about them. They're definitely far worse enemies than them and so on. So I guess for the time being, this spot should be alright for them. Next we have the Orc Warriors, or I don't even know their names, which is a little bit concerning. But yeah, well, they're basically the same as the regular goblins, but I think that the smaller variant is slightly cuter. I guess we can leave them in B tier for now. Yeah, I think B tier is alright for them for the time being. Next we have the Necromancer, one of the fan favorites, but for this tier list, well, he will not be one of the favorites. I think that somewhere around this spot should suffice. He's basically the same as the Shadow Archers. Like, he's hiding under his outfit, so we cannot really judge him. Well, I can assume that he's slightly better, just because, he can raise the dead and so on. So he definitely has a slight edge over the Shadow Archers. But yeah, we'll just stick them to the similar placement, just because for the outright here, if we don't have a lot of details to base our ratings, well, they'll just remain there. Next we have the Magma Golems. Well, some might say that he's actually cute. I found him to be menacing, honestly, rather than cute, so he won't be going any hard any tier. I guess, well, yeah, maybe somewhere around here. Well, the face expression is really funky, to be honest. Like, if you look at him, like, he just looks dumb. So that makes him slightly cuter than some of the other ones, which are just plain evil when you think about it. Next we have Sarelgas' son. Well, I think that he's going to be the first enemy that is reserved for the FF tier. So basically, if you see something like this IRL, I would definitely run far away, as the F tier suggests. But for this guy, no, 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 no. I would rather never ever face him. So yeah, this is going to be the first enemy for the FF tier. Next we have the Goblin Supper. So they're basically the same as the regular goblins. So I think that they should be next to each other. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that spot. Next we have these guys, which are basically just an orc warrior with an armor. So yeah, basically the same enemy. And then we have these guys. Well, they will be ranking slightly lower just because of the wolf in itself. Like, it's a combination between these two enemies, but he just looks slightly more menacing and not that appealing, to be honest, so we'll just stick him to the alright tier for now. Next we have another enemy, which is just, look at this, like, such an ugly enemy. Like, I'm even concerning placing him for the FF tier, but I guess he's not that obnoxious for him to rank that low, so I guess we'll just stick to, yeah, somewhere around here should be alright for him. Next we have some another low-ranking enemies, starting off with Husks. Well, Husks, we cannot really say anything good about them. Just look at this. Like, bro has been corrupted from the bottom all the way to the top, so yeah, I would rather not face this guy. Next we have the Noxious Spiders. I think that they're slightly better than Saraugasesan, but at the same time, like, the same principle applies to them as the one for the Saraugas. So yeah. Next we have the smaller variants. They're definitely more cuter, I guess, but at the same time they have the same, I guess, appeal as those ones here. But at least, if it attacks you, you can just smash it with basically everything. I assume that's how it works. So yeah. Next we have actually a far better enemy. We have the Orc Shamans. Well, I think, yeah, he should be somewhere around here. I consider him to be one of the better orcs or goblins, however you like to call it. Is he better than Juggernaut heads? Nah, I don't think so. Actually, now looking into it, I think that this guy should be, yeah, somewhere around here. A tier might have been an overestimate for him. So yeah, I think that B tier is alright for him. Next we have these trees. So I don't really know how to rank them. I think that, well, yeah, basically somewhere around here should suffice for them. Like, just imagine you're walking in a forest and then you see these guys emerging from everywhere. Like, you would definitely run far away. So yeah, I think that this tier is definitely fitting for them. Next, we have the Swamp Things. So yeah, whenever you see uh, something like this abomination, yeah, you know that you're screwed. So yeah, definitely staying in the FF tier. I would rather never ever have the chance to face him. So yeah, next we have the Raiders. So Raiders are definitely one of the more core enemies. B tier, I guess, is a fair spot for them. Yeah, definitely better than some of the orcs. Actually, they have the bulk though, so yeah, I think somewhere around here is alright placement for them. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with this spot. Next we have pillagers. Well, pillagers are just, I guess, like a meatball, a rolling meatball. Like they're so small but so massive at the same time. So just because of the size, I think that they should rank somewhere around here. Yeah, I think that this spot is alright for them. I would much rather prefer the Raiders just because of the, I guess, the strength and so on. But yeah, for pillagers, I think that this spot is alright for them. Yeah, moving on, we have some more trolls. So basically, the same principle applies to them. I think that this one is a little bit better than the rest, just because he's riding those skis and so on. I mean, definitely gives him a charm. So he'll just rank in the lowest of C tier for now. And then we have the Troll Breaker. Definitely has the strength and so on. But at the same time, he's a troll, so by default, he won't rank that much higher. So yeah, I think that probably out of all the trolls, he should be somewhere around here. Better than the Shaman, but still worse than the regular variant. Next we have these guys. Yeah, definitely FF tier, like just look at this thing. Like if it's not going to scare the crap out of you, I don't know what would. So if I see this guy, no, I'm definitely running far away. Next we have the demon imps, so like the flarons, like they're definitely cuter than most of the demons. Are they more cuter than the regular ones though? I don't think so. At least for me, they rank really similarly when compared with each other. So I think that this spot should suffice for them. Next we have the, I actually forgot what was his name, like the big demon guy with the fork. He's definitely scary. I wouldn't rank him any higher than this. Like basically, yeah, we can say that he's the same as the trolls. Well, just scary enemy overall, cannot really rank any higher. Next we have the Cerberus, definitely an easy FF tier. Like if you see something like this, you know that you're screwed. So yeah, definitely an easy ranking, nothing really more to say. Just an extremely menacing look. Next we have the big ogres. So where do we rank them? I think that they're very similar in design to the throw breakers. So yeah, I will just place them next to each other just because they're basically the same enemy. Next we have the rot shrooms. They have slight charm to them. Like they can probably rank in D tier, but anything higher than that would be definitely a stretch. So bottom of the tier, yeah, I think that for now this spot should be fine for them. Next we have the regular rats. So I mean, IRL, is there even someone who likes to have rats as a pet? I don't really think so. Like there are some crazy people, but at the same time, I guess you'd much rather have some of the other enemies. Well, I'll rank them similarly to the other wolf variants. So I think that yeah, D tier should suffice for them. Like some people could even go as far as to say that they should deserve A or B tier. Uh, I don't think so. Well, maybe at most C tier, but I think that it would not be fair to the other wolf variants if we give a rat better ranking than them. So yeah, the tier it is. Next we have these guys that they're definitely far worse than the regular rats. I don't think that they should be ranked as the F tier, just because I think you can find some means of dealing with them. I mean, if a pack attacks you, well, you're definitely screwed. So I can see a reason why they should be F tier, but at the same time, yeah, I think they're slightly better than the noxious spiders like the mini hatchlings. Yeah, I think that this spot is alright for them. Next we have the Spectral Knights, which should rank somewhere around here. Well, they probably are the worst of the bunch, just because, well, no, actually, we'll rank them in D tier. Yeah, the main reason is I know that he's really similar in design to the other knights, but at the same time, you have to keep in mind that when you defeat him, he's just a phantom. So he's basically a dead knight in the armor who just gets revived afterwards, which is creepy to think about. So I think that, yeah, the tier should be alright for him. And yeah, that's what I was talking about. We have the Spectral Knights. Well, are they cute? I don't think so. They rank similarly to the regular Spectral Knights, like Phantom Knights or whatever you call it. Well, they're slightly worse, I would say. Somewhere around here. Or maybe, well, yeah, just before the Roach Rooms. If I see someone like them IRL, I would be concerned. So I think that this is an alright spot for them. Next we have the witches. Well, the witches are definitely an enemy that I find to be, apart from being ugly, and also not really favoriting in any way, shape, or form. Um, yeah, E tier I think should be alright for them. Maybe slightly better than the magma elementals, but at the same time, I'm not huge fan of them at all. Um, I can assume that they can make spells to improve their vision and so on, but they're not doing that. So if they did, though, they would have ranked much higher. But since they don't, well, E tier for them. Next, we have the regular bandits, which easily go at least into the C tier. Should even go into the B tier, though. I mean, it's a bandit, so he's not really that attractive. I think the pillager is slightly more attractive than him, so yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with this ranking for the bandits. Like, nothing really more to say about them. Next we have the ship. So this is the flying variant. Definitely, I guess, very cute as the regular ship. Well, not as much since, if IRL you see a ship with wings, it would be a little bit concerning. So I guess this will be one of the more controversial takes since it's either E tier or A tier. Um, yeah, I think that this spot is alright for them. I'll take the better ranking apart from placing them in within those enemies. Next we have the regular scorpions, so they'll be ranking somewhere around here, or I don't know, maybe, yeah, okay, this spot's alright. No, actually, yeah. So scorpions IRL, like they'll just try to kill you or poison you. Nothing more to say about them. Not cute at all. Just menacing look. Like it's designed to make you scared. So yeah, here it is. Next we have the regular wasps. So if I see something like this IRL, I'm definitely running far away. Um, I would consider the gargoyles and the imps to be way scarier than them. So yeah, but this thing, a wasp queen, nah. If I see something like this IRL, I know that I'm screwed. So an easy FF tier for it. Next we have the Dune Terrors. Like they're definitely a cute enemy. Like some people would say that they're cute, but at the same time, it would just try to stalk you and kill you. But can it really kill you? They don't look that menacing. So I think that maybe somewhere around here should be alright for them. Yeah, I think that D tier is fine. Next we have the Dune Raids, Sand Raids. Yeah, I think Sand Raids was what it was called. So, well, they basically act really similarly to the Necromancer. They have really similar design. We don't really know what's under the hood. So, yeah, I think that this spot should be alright for them. I'll be ranking most of the enemy similar in design to those two, like somewhere around here. So yeah. Next we have the inferior genies, or like whatever you call it, the enemy. They are actually scary. Like, I think that we cannot really give them more than E tier. I guess they're slightly better than the skeletons. So yeah, I think that this spot should be alright for them. We'll see how I rank the Nazero when we get to him. I guess he will be ranking higher due to other reasons. Okay, so now we've gotten to some more spiders, so these ones definitely will be ranked lower than the smaller ones. And this one is just straight up going to hell, so yeah, nothing really more to say. If you see something like this IRL, you know that you're screwed. Next we have the small spiders. They're cute. I can see some people trying to hedge them and so on. So for this reason alone, I guess they can rank somewhere around here. Yeah, this spot should be decent for them. Next we have the shamans and tribal warriors and so on. Starting off with the regular ones. I can see the appeal that they're trying to go for. Somewhere around B tier should suffice for them. Like the design is really similar to that of the regular shaman from the first game. So yeah, I think that they'll be ranked really similarly. Um, yeah, these guys, well, they're basically the same, just another mask. So nothing really more to say about them. And we have the shamans. I think that the shamans are definitely better than the regular one from the first game. Like I'll probably be ranking all of them next to each other just because it doesn't really make any sense to spread them apart since, well, the person who is wearing the mask is the same as the others. Like just the color is changed and that's about it. And I guess the Blood Trickster might be ranked slightly lower than the rest just because he has that menacing look. Like it doesn't really want to be a friend to you. Like he would rather just kill you and then turn you into his undead army. So yeah, I think that still though, definitely enough for B tier, like the lowest of B tiers. Next we have the regular zombies or like general zombies or whatever you call it. Like this is you after you get an encounter with the trickster. So they will be ranking somewhere around here. I mean, yeah, I would be able much rather to face them rather than witches, just because I know what they are capable of. So yeah, I think that E tier is okay for them. Next we have this guy, this really bulky brute. He'll be definitely ranking somewhere around here. Is he astounding though? Like he has the muscles though. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe A tier or the top of B tier. Okay, maybe top of B tier. We will reserve the A tier for some other characters. Though I can see why some people would even rank him as S or SS tier. So yeah. Next we have the Gorillons. I don't really know how to rank them. It's just a monkey, but a big monkey. If it was a smaller one, it would have been better. But I guess it's still a monkey, so we'll give it that B tier at least. Or I don't know, maybe should we treat him similar to the pillager? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I think that this spot should be decent. Well, mm, no, I'll stick to the lowest of B tiers. I think that he definitely has more charm than some of the enemies here, so yeah, B tier. So okay for them. Next we have the poor guys. I mean, poor guys are definitely more cuter than those menacing looking enemies, so we'll at least start with the C tier. Well, out of all the flying variants so far, I think that they'll be ranking the highest. Like, we'll exclude the ship, like, that just super strange enemy. Um, like somewhere around here, maybe better than bandits, but worse than pillager. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with this spot. And then we have the Puakai Rider. Well, it's basically the same enemy. I guess I'll give a slight edge for the regular Puakais. So, yeah, but still, I'll treat them mostly the same. Then we have Parasites, so the regular Parasite and then the Reaper. They definitely deserve the bottom two spots in the list so far. I don't want to have any interaction with them whatsoever. So, for this reason alone, they proudly win the competition so far. Next, we have the regular Desert Duck, who is actually really cute. Well, he's trying his best to be a bandit of some sort, but he fails miserably at that department. So, for this reason, I think he deserves to be at least A tier. Is he cuter than the regular Goblin though? Uh, I don't think so, but he's up there. Like, definitely at least A tier. Like, the ship still has an edge over him, but I think that this spot is alright for him. Next we have the smaller monkey, so this is an enemy that I would much rather face rather than the gory ones. Think it's a cute enemy overall. Is it deserved of S tier? Nah, if we have sheep in A tier, well, actually, okay, so just because I don't have any S tiers currently, I'll move the sheep. I think that it's a little bit of a discrimination towards the sheep if you don't rank it higher. And I guess, well, yeah, I'll rank the King Kong monkeys like somewhere around here. Yeah, I think that this is an okay spot for them. Then we have these guys. Well, they're actually rather cute and they're also small, so they're not really that hard to deal with. They'll be ranking somewhere similarly to that of Puakaiser, I guess slightly lower, just because the Puakai is, I guess, slightly more interesting. And, well, just this face expression alone tells you though that this enemy in particular doesn't really want to be in contact with you. And then we have his mother, which I definitely won't be placing any higher than it here. Well, maybe somewhere around, yeah. Similar to that of witches, slightly worse though, just because, it can mass produce these cute fellas, but at the same time, I don't really want to suffer being attacked by 100 flying units at the same time. So for this reason, we'll be placing it in E tier. Next we have the Saurians to look at. So we'll start with the regular Saurian. I mean, he's cute for an alien. He's definitely up there in the high echelons. Is he more cuter than some of those enemies? I don't really think so. Like, I guess this spot should be alright for him. Maybe, yeah, I'm satisfied with this one. Like, even though he has insane technology, he basically cannot even deal with a single warrior with a sword. Like, what even is this? Um, so definitely cute in that department. Next we have the Saurian Myrmidons, which I guess are definitely worse than the regular Saurians. So for this reason, we'll be ranking them somewhere around in C tier. I think the bottom of C tier is alright. And he has similar appeal to those of the draws so far. So for this reason, I think that somewhere around here should be a good spot for him. So yeah. Next we have the Saurian Blasters. Well, if I see them IRL, I would definitely run away. So definitely FF tier. But I guess at the end of the day, we are making a cuteness tier list. So is it really fair to place him below those creepy looking fellas? I don't really think so. Like maybe, yeah, somewhere around here. I would be highly concerned if I see someone around. Yeah, seems as a good spot for them. The Night Scales, they're definitely one of the more cooler enemies. I can at least definitely see them as more appealing than the regular variants. Like I'll even consider giving them A tier. I guess it might be a stretch, but just look at this design, like it's so slick and modern. And they also have the stealth abilities and so on. So definitely they get bonus points in that department. Next we have the Saurian Darters. Well, they're actually even more cuter than those. Like, just look at it. Can it even do anything to you? Like, it just wants to be your friend. I think in design, the Darters are really similar to the regular goblins. So I think that I'll be ranking them next to each other. Yeah, I think, yeah, this is alright for them. And then we have the big fella, the Saurian Brute. Like, just look at those muscles. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's either S or SS tier. I think that this should be the first enemy to get the SS tier. Might be a little bit controversial, but at the same time, just look at this. Like, this is the definition of power. There isn't a singular enemy that can defeat him in a 1v1, except, I guess, Mirage, who can trigger her insta-kill, and Chatra, who can basically send him to the UFO. But okay, let's disregard insta-kills. Like, this guy, he's just the dominant figure in this tier list so far. Definitely an easy SS tier. I mean, this tier is in that way just because of one hero that we'll discuss a little bit later. But at the same time, like, come on, he definitely deserves the SS tier. So yeah. Next, I guess I'll rank the Savant as well. Don't really wanna move on to the other enemies before we finish with the Saurians. Well, Savants, I guess they're definitely better than the Myrmidons and the Blasters, but at the same time, well, they are not really that appealing. I guess somewhere around here is alright. The scarf is an okay touch, but I think they could have worked a little bit more on their design and like just change that facial expression. Like, you're trying to look evil with that. If you tried your best, you could have easily ranked either A or S tier, but for that reason alone, well, you stay in the C tier for the time being. Next we have the Dune Raiders, I think is what they called. So definitely worse than the Desert Tugs, although they are actually really similar in design. But I'll be ranking them slightly lower. I mean, I have nothing personal against them per se, but I find the Desert Tug to be slightly cuter, just because, as I said, like he's trying to be a bandit, but failing in all regards, apart from the raider who at least can pose some threat. I mean, the design is also cool, you know. At least we can see some of his face, unlike the Necromancer, the Dune Raids, and Shadow Archers who are completely covered up. So I think that B tier, yeah, it's alright for them. Next we have these fellas. I think that this is an easy F tier. Like if I see this entity IRL, I know that I am done for. So I'll try to run as far away as possible. Though I would consider this one thing to be slightly more menacing than them. So yeah. But here we have a sphere, like it's just a dark sphere of Umbra, so there is nothing really scary about it. Like if it approaches you, it will stab you to death, but at the same time, it's moving so slowly that only if you're stupid, you're going to have problems with it. I think that the bottom of B tier is alright for it. Like it's really cute, honestly. Like I can even see why some people would rank it higher, like maybe A or S tier, just because it's not really harmful if you know its mechanics. But yeah, I guess yeah, I'll stick somewhere around here just because it's cute in the fact that it tries to do something, but at the same time it just waits to be defeated, and that's about it. Next we have those guys from the sea levels. Well, he's basically the same as the desert duck. Like if you look at the design, it's basically the same enemy. I guess it has a helmet this time around, just because he's firing a lot of shells, so. But even then, if he gets hit by one, he's done so either way, so I don't really know what's the point of wearing a helmet. So yeah, just because they're one-to-one in design, he'll be ranked in the same spot as the Desert Tux. Next, we have the Sea Devils. So starting off with the regular one, he doesn't... Well, he's slightly cute though. Somewhere around here, like the top of D tier. Definitely cuter than those wolves. I mean, the net is a really nice touch, and the small spear, like bro thinks he can accomplish something if you just take a gun, he's done for. So I think that the tier is so right for him. Wait, oh, okay, maybe slightly hard. Like we can consider him to be the same as the regular wolf. Yeah, I think it's fair. We'll just consider him to be the C variant of the wolf. Next we have these guys, at least they look menacing, and for this reason they won't be ranking really high. Yeah, they're similar in design to the Euphrates. Like, just look at that jawline. You know that he means business when he looks at you that way. Definitely a scary enemy. Not really that cute, I guess, for some of these sea creatures. He might be in S or SS tier, but for us, nah. I'm just stick with T tier for them. Next we have these guys, super annoying enemy to face, but this tier list is not about the annoying factor, so is he even cute though? Nah, I don't think so. He'll be ranking definitely lower than some of those enemies. Like even, yeah, somewhere around here, I think the Magma Elemental is at least slightly better, just because of how derpy he looks. So yeah, I think that at least E tier, like F tier might be a stretch, so I'm satisfied with that spot. Next we have the Sea Devils, which ride dolphins. So they're definitely cute. Like they've managed to tame dolphins, which is crazy to think about. I will rank them somewhere similar to that of the regular ones, just because they're slightly more cuter when riding a dolphin, I guess. But I won't be giving them any bonus points for that accomplishment. Next we have those guys like it's either SS tier or F tier, but just because we're ranking them based on their attractiveness and so on, I think it's an easy SS tier or either S tier. I'll give an edge to the ship for now, but just look at this. Like you know that this is the king of the sea, definitely deserved of an S tier ranking. Like, if he approaches you, you know that you're screwed, but at the same time, even his weapon, just super menacing, gives him the boss vibes, even though he's not a boss. Like, he can even summon all the clouds to be a menace. So yeah, definitely an easy S tier. Next, we have blood shells. So, blood shells are a little bit more awkward to rank. Like, they have really strange design. I guess they rank similarly to some of the enemies around this margin. He might be better than the scorpions at least. Or, okay, so just in front of the skeletons and behind some of those enemies, I could think that the spear devils are slightly better in design to the blood shells. I mean, some people I guess could give him C or B or A tier just because of how bulky he is. But yeah, I don't really find him that attractive to be honest. Well, okay, maybe D tier. Yeah, we'll just say that he is bearable at best, and that's about it. Yeah. Next we have the desert archers. We just need to find the shadow archers, and they'll be ranked in the similar fashion. Like it's basically a copy paste of the enemy with just a changed color, I guess. I like the hood is slightly more different, but at the same time, it's basically just the same enemy. Like, I'll give it some bonus points for the design, since I find it to be slightly more appealing than that of the regular archer. So yeah, this spot is reserved for the enemies that are trying their identities and so on. So I think this should do for now. Next we have the zombies, so we have those guys and the zombies and the husks. Out of them, I think that the zombies are probably the most cute out of the bunch. Will they rank any higher than E tier? I don't really think so. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with this ranking. Still, there's nothing really cute about them. Well, it's funny seeing that they have those two, I guess, a little bit hair remaining on both of its head, which is funny, like it touched a little bit of electricity and that's what remained out of it. So, yeah, I guess for this reason, we'll place it slightly above the uh, revived jungle warriors and so on. Next we have those guys. Well, that's an easy F tier. Like, is there anything appealing about them? I don't think so. I would even go as far as to say that the regular spiders are more appealing than them. Like, if there is a masochist, I can see him ranking them like either C, B, or even higher. But in my personal ranking, he's not going anywhere above the F tier. Okay, so next we have the vampire spiders, which do not really have any vampiric interactions with your barracks and so on, which is a shame, since they could have at least applied that mechanic and let them restore some of their HP. Like, I know that if I see them, I'll definitely be running far away. Like, yeah, definitely. I mean, I could even see myself putting them in the FF tier, but I think that this one will be reserved for like a little bit more menacing looking enemies. Don't get me wrong, it still looks incredibly um, concerning. So yeah, I think that the bottom of FF tier is a good spot for it. Next we have the regular Wolverine. I mean, he's cute to an extent. I would rank him similarly to the regular wolves, just because, well, he's derpy to an extent, but at the same time, that doesn't really help the other enemies as well. Like, for example, we have the Magma Elemental, which is really similar to the Wolverine, but I guess I'll give the Wolverine an edge, just because, well, he's smaller in size and so on, so it's not really that threatening. But yeah, I think that this D tier should suffice for him. Next, we have the Abomination, like, it cannot go any higher than the FF tier. Maybe, yeah, I think somewhere around here. Yeah, just behind the parasites and the reapers. So just look at this. Like, the name implies it all. It's an abomination. So what are you even expecting? Like, there isn't a whole lot to discuss. It's just made out of tens of bodies that somehow someone managed to like connect to form this monstrosity. Well, nothing really much to say about it anymore. Next, we have the other, like the Wukans, when transformed into werewolves, which are really similar to those guys, but I'll rank them slightly lower just because they look scarier, and this will give you some negative points to an extent. So, yeah, even though like they're basically the same enemy, but for the time being, I'm just leave them at that spot. Next, we have the ghosts. Well, there isn't really anything to discuss about the ghosts. Like, nothing special. It's just a scary, funny looking enemy. It doesn't pose you any threats. So, well, I guess I'll rank it somewhere around here. Well, yeah, maybe slightly better than the skeletons. Well, I would like to see one Phantom IRL, which is not happening at all. But yeah, well, this spot should suffice for it. Next we have the Spectral. warriors or spectral knights, however it was called, they're definitely one of the cooler enemies. Like, I'll give them that. He has the design. He's looking slick and all, also menacing. Well, actually, I will be biased towards it. Yeah, the design. Okay, so hear me out. Just look at this guy. He is just the master of the spectral forms and so on. If Umbra should be ranked somewhere around B or A tier, I consider this guy to be even slightly cooler than him. Like, just look at the armor, the sword, and so on. Just super cool and unique and attractive design. Is he better than the Saurian Night Scale? I don't think so, but he's definitely up there. So for this reason alone, like, he definitely has a fashion style, which I appreciate. So I'll be giving him the A tier. Next we have Jack-o'-lantern, but from Frontiers, not from Vengeance. One of the definitely cooler enemies. So here I will be split apart between SS tier and S tier. I guess, is it better than the ship? Yeah, definitely. Like, if I need someone to discuss about fashion, I think that Jack is definitely great guy for that. Also, I think that Loki, the sword is definitely more appealing than the axe in Vengeance, even though some people would say that the axe is the better weapon, which fits for him. But at least for this design, the sword is definitely the better touch. Also, the horse that he rides is menacing and all, but he has super great design. Like, Jack knew what he was doing when designing him. So yeah, for this reason, we will give him S tier. I guess some people might be disappointed that he's not in the SS tier. We'll see if I change my mind about the Vengeance Jack, but for now, this one definitely an easy S tier. Next we have the Vampiressa. Well, this will be really controversial one. Like, we are getting into the slightly more interesting part, so okay, maybe this might no. Okay, so I won't really discuss anything about the Vampiressa. You can just look at the design yourself and you'll see why it's in the S tier. So let's move on. We have the regular wolves, but this time from the frontiers, not from the regular game. I'll rank them really similarly to the regular ones. Just, it's basically a copy paste with a slight color change. So yeah, nothing really to discuss either. Next we have the Dead Calls. Well, he has a unique design. Like, he is fashionable to an extent, but yeah, I guess I'll give him a slight edge above the Myrmidon, but I will not be ranking him higher than the Wolves. I guess maybe if he changed his hairstyle, he would have ranked a little bit higher, but I don't like it personally. It's actually really similar to that of the Rocket Riders, so that's a fun thing to note. Next we have the copy paste of the other wolf, so I just need to find it. Um, it should be, yeah. So it's basically a copy paste of this one. So we will not be ranking it any higher than the regular wolf. Next we have the Immortals. Definitely has a scary looking design, but like the mask, it could have been better, I guess. The person who is inside the armor is definitely bulky, so we can confidently say that he deserves at least C tier. Like, we will not be uh, tolerating most of the armored enemies different from each other, since they're really similar in design and we don't really know what's under the mask. So yeah, I guess somewhere around here should be a good spot for the immortals. Next we have the mummies. Well, I mean, it's just a casual Halloween cosplay of a mummy, so yeah, it's a bearable design. Well, I guess it's slightly better than those enemies, but like, you need to work harder to rank harder. Uh, yeah, so basically, I personally like more the design of the trolls when compared with the mummy, like that's just unoriginal to say the least. So yeah, the tier it is. Next we have the executioner. Well, the executioner on the other hand, like he definitely has the muscles, the scary look and feel and so on. So just for this reason alone, I think we can give him a pass on the S tier. Like some people might even say that he's SS tier, but I'll just stick to the S tier for now. Is he better than the Blue Gale? Yeah, actually, I might give him an edge over the Blue Gale. So yeah, I think that this spot is alright for him. Well, he's definitely really similar in design to the Saurian Brute, but for the time being, well, I'm just leave him in the S tier. Okay, so next we have the Origins enemies. So starting off, we have the regular spider, which again won't be ranking really high. I guess it will be better than the noxious spider. Like, yeah, maybe somewhere around here should be a good spot for them. I would much rather not have any spiders like these ones in IRL, so yeah, here it is. Next we have these fellas. Well, they're really small and trying to be cute, but at the same time, I'm not that huge fan of their design. Like, there's nothing really attractive about them. Like, the bottom of C tier, I think, is a good placement for them. Like, at least you can take inspiration from the trolls. Like, they have so much better vision than you. You could have worked harder and you would have ranked much better, but since you don't really invest the time, well, you get C tier for that. But this guy, well, this at least he tried to be slick. I guess he succeeded in that regard. But will he rank any higher than some of the enemies here? I don't really think so. I would say that he is really similar in design to that of the Immortal. So for that reason alone, yes, we'll stick him in the C tier. At least he's more original than just a copy-pasted wolf. Like I'll give him that. Like the horns are actually nice. It seems that he's working on keeping them well and straight. The shield is a nice touch also. Is there even an enemy with bigger beard than him? I don't really think so. There might be one, but I might not be remembering right, so well, I guess mainly just because of the beard, he'll be ranking higher than the smaller variant. Next, we have these guys. Well, he's just an obnoxious enemy. If I see something like this IRL, I know that I will be calling the emergency service as soon as possible. Is he more scarier than parasites? Well, I don't really think so, but he's definitely up there. Like, yeah, okay, maybe he's slightly worse than the parasites, but he definitely cannot beat the Reaper. But I'll give him some points for trying to look menacing and all. That's just perfect design for an obnoxious enemy. Next we have Goomies, another super scary enemy. It will go somewhere between the other flank enemies. I guess, yeah, below the wasps and above the troll. So yeah, I think that this spot is alright for it. Gloomy, well, just scary. Like, look at this mouth. Like, it wants to do things with you that you don't really want to see. Next, we have this cute fella. Well, does she really need any introduction? It's super similar in design to that of Vampiressa. Um, but yeah, well, it's an easy S tier. Like, we'll just leave it at that for now. Like, there is not really anything to mention. Bonus points for the costume, I guess. Next we have, like, this one is considered to be an enemy, which is really strange. Like, it's definitely scary. I will be placing it somewhere in the E tier. Like maybe, yeah, somewhere around here. I think it's a decent spot for it. Um, Definitely a little bit less scarier than the noxious spider, but still, there is nothing really attractive about it. Like it's just a scary enemy, nothing really more to add. Next we have the Bandersnatch. If I see a Bandersnatch IRL, I will be running away. It's not as bad as the FF tier character so far, but he will be getting the lowest of F tier for the time being. Yeah, well, just a menacing looking enemy, all the spikes and so on. He doesn't want to be your friend at all. He would much rather hug you to death. So, yeah. Now we have a little bit of a controversial enemy to rank. Like, just look at this guy. His sight is basically twice as large as him, and he's trying his best. I guess the insta kill chance is alright for him. So I give him props for being able to deal with Forest Keepers and Blade Singers, since there aren't a lot of enemies who can do that. Will he rank S tier though? Well, I wouldn't go as far as say that he's S tier worthy, but he's definitely up there. Super cute fella. Like the weapon choice is definitely one of the main reasons why he'll be ranking this high. So yeah, that's about it. Next we have the Avengers. Like they don't need any introduction. Super slick enemy. Just look at this. Like he has been working for years to get into that state. I can assume that he is definitely really similar to the Executioner. So for that reason alone, I will be placing him next to the Executioner. I would say that he's slightly better than the Bugiel. So also the hairstyle is just awesome for him. So props for that. Next we have these cute fellas. Well, he's definitely cute like the gnolls. Some of them are strange, but this one, like the regular variant, is definitely high. I guess he's similar to that of the regular goblin just because of the weapon choice. Like one of them is using a stick, the other one is just using a baton. Like I guess with some stone particles in it. Well, it's basically the same weapon, so I'll be treating them as the same enemy regardless. Next we have the normal shrooms. So this one, I think that it's an easy A tier to start with. Yeah, it will be ranked somewhere similar to the other enemies. Maybe somewhere around here. I can actually see why some people would even go as far as to say that it's the sheep equivalent in Origins. But for me, I don't think that it's as good as the sheep. Like, that's just an iconic design. I think it needs more recognition for it to rank higher. And for that reason, well, it will remain in the A tier for the time being. Next we have, well, the other two variants won't be getting the same praise. So starting off with the more menacing mushroom, I'd rather face the normal variant. This one I think that I will be ranking somewhere similar in design to the spiders, just because have I don't wanna be facing it at all in real life. So yeah. And the fungal breeder, yeah, this enemy is definitely going to hell. There's no denying that. Like, who even created this abomination? He's pure evil. Also, why is there someone hiding it? Like, I've actually never noticed that. Now that I think about it, it's super strange detail. Like, even, is there an enemy that's hiding the breeder in the game? I don't really think so. I think that it's just for the portrait itself. So, yeah. Next we have the Z-Watts. Well, just alright. And that's about it. Okay, so next we have a little bit more cuter enemies. So we have the bunny. The bunny, well, you know where it's going already. It doesn't need any introduction. If the sheep was attractive, well, the bunny takes the cake so far. I just look at this. It's so cute. If I can hire 100, I would much rather do it. Like if they were free, I would easily hire 100 just to take some pictures of them. And then I don't have a clue what I'll be doing with them. But, like, just look at this. Does it really need any further introduction? An easy SS tier, definitely the best like entity so far or character. Next we have the boars, which I don't really like their design. They just look menacing. I guess slightly better than the Bandersnatch. But did we have a boar enemy so far? I don't think so. But yeah, okay, so I guess the vampire bats are slightly scarier. Okay, so maybe yeah, this spot I think is alright for the boars. Next we have another enemy, which is just a standard procedure at this point. Like you know where it's going. It doesn't really need any introduction. So next we have the Twilight Golem. If there is an enemy that definitely deserves to be an S tier, it's this one. So does he rank higher than the sheep though? Well, I'm not really sure. He's definitely up there. I can go as far as to say that he's better than the Executioner. Like, just look at this menacing design. Like, you know that you're screwed when you face him, but at the same time, he's really cute. I'll give him that. Fashionable, definitely. So, yeah, S tier, easily deserved. Next, we have the Cloud Stalkers. At first glance, they might not look that menacing, but when you consider the fact that they breathe from the dead bodies of allies, well, this definitely places them in the same tier as parasites, just because they have the same mechanic. I guess it's slightly better than the parasites, but yeah, I wouldn't go as far as to say that they're better than the Sarag assassins, so yeah, maybe. Yeah, this spot should suffice for them. I guess the Abomination is slightly worse in that department. Next we have the regular spiders, like the ones where just come from the ceiling in the couple of final levels. I will be ranking them really similarly to that of the regular spiders, if I can even find where I place them. Yeah, well, it will be ranked slightly lower, just because these ones, they don't look as menacing as this one. Yeah, I guess for this reason, I'll place it somewhere around here. Yeah, maybe the Dune Terror is slightly cuter than it, but they're still really similar in design and so on. Next we have the Gnome Burners. They're definitely worse than the regular Gnomes, which we placed in the A tier. Maybe, I guess C tier or either C or B should be a good placement for them. Mm, yeah, maybe somewhere around here. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with this spot. Slightly better than those guys. I also forgot their name. Sorry for that. Okay, so next we have the Heretics. I mean, the Heretic definitely has a interesting fashion. I'll give him that. He acts similarly to that of the Savants, but I guess I'll rank him in the same placement as the other Shamans. Well, he's slightly better than them. I'll give him that. Like, when it comes to the design, it's more unique. Also, the weapon that he's using is more detailed, and this is just a stick with an orb inside of it, so yeah, there's nothing really special about it. Well, this one has slightly more details, so for this reason he will be ranking slightly higher. Okay, so then we have Mactance's Sons, which is an enemy that I would never ever would like to face. So it will rank somewhere around here. Yeah, I think that this spot's alright for them. Like, just when you look at it, you know that you would much rather run away. Next we have the Arachnomancer. Like, it's definitely a scary enemy, but at least he has a cool design, I guess. He will be ranked similar to that of the witches. Like, the design is so right, but it's just so scary looking that you'd much rather not have any contact with either one of those two enemies. So yeah, for that reason, he'll be ranked in E tier. Next we have the Driders, which is a really controversial enemy. Like, I will be placing them somewhere in F tier. Like, yeah, probably somewhere around here. I can see some people ranking them as high as SS tier or S tier, but for my standards, no. If I see some abomination like this one, I know that I'm running away. So, yeah. Next we have the blood gnomes, and if the gnomes, like the regular ones, were great and all, deserving of A tier, these ones are like on the complete other scale. Like, it's just super ugly, and it wants to kill you, doesn't matter what. So it's going to the FF tier just for that. And while we are at it, we'll also add the blood ogre. Like, the normal ogre was alright, if I can even find him. I think he should be somewhere around the... Okay, so we have the regular one, like the regular ogre in D tier. But this one, like, that's just an abomination. Like a two-headed abomination at that. So it's an easy FF tier for it. And while we are also at it, I'll add the ogre magi as well. Definitely an FF tier enemy. Just look at this obnoxious enemy. Nothing really more to say about it. I guess it's slightly better than some of the other enemies, but definitely deserves to go to hell. So moving on with another cursed enemy. Is it really deserved of the FF tier? I don't really know. But just the fact that it doesn't have any eyes is definitely up there. Like, even though, yeah, actually, all of the wolves at least have an eye on them, even though they're really low resolution design. But like this one, it just has a mouth. Like, it's straight up from a horror movie. Next we have the vampire bat as well. So if I can find the other one, like, it's basically a copy paste of that enemy, but I don't think that I can find it. Okay, so there it is. Well, you can see that they're exactly the same. So for this reason, they will be ranked next to each other. Like, I guess these guys are slightly better than those, but it's basically the same enemy, so there's no really any point to discuss the differences. Next we have the Mounted Avenger. Well, I have the regular Avenger in S tier. This one will not be ranked as high as the regular Avenger just because the Beetle is a little bit scary. I guess again the design is cool and all, but it's mainly the Avenger, the reason why it's ranking so high. Like, the Beetle definitely brings it down. So yeah, I'm satisfied with this spot. Next we have some of the more basic enemies, another Gno. Well, he's really similar in design to that of the Trolls and Ogres and so on, so I'll just rank him somewhere in the middle. Like, it just gives a really similar vibe to the enemies around it. So for this reason, yeah, I think that the tier is alright for it. Next we have some really easy enemies to rank. So we have these ones, these ones. This one is definitely going even lower. Okay, so we'll wait for this. So starting off with the Blood Sevens or whatever you call it, I forgot their name, as well as the ones that devour your units. Like, all three of those, also the Blood Spitter. Like, does he even need an introduction? I guess he's so widely. better than the Abomination, just because at least his eyes are on the right place, unlike the Abomination. Well, these two, they're basically the same enemy, at least for me. Like, both of them give you the vibe to just try and run as far away as possible. Like, there is nothing cute about them. I guess to an extent, maybe the Devourers could go a little bit higher, but for my standards, no. No, that's just an easy F tier. Okay, so these guys, well, are they cute? I don't really think so. Are they better than some of the other enemies that we ranked just now? Well, definitely. I'll give him props for the design, like the wisps that he's using are definitely cool and all. Also, the horns seem to be really well established, as well as I guess, the back covering of him. It's also a nice touch. Does he deserve more though? I don't really think so. Like, I'll just rank him slightly higher than the husks, just because of the wisps. It, they're the main reason why he's not in the FF tier. So yeah. Next we have the hyenas, or yeah, I think those were hyenas, right? Yeah. Um, well, they're really similar in design to that of the regular wolves, so we'll be ranking them in that fashion. Like, there is no discrimination for them. So yeah, maybe slightly below the regular wolves. Like, I personally prefer them over the hyena, but it doesn't really matter. Whichever you prefer to be ranked higher. Then we have Peritans. Well, Peritans, if they didn't have those huge menacing horns, they could have ranked higher. But since they do, I'll rank them similarly to. Do I have any flying enemies somewhere around here to base my ranking off of? I don't think so. I guess it will be the only enemy in the tiers so far. Maybe somewhere around. Here seems to be a good spot for it. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that spot. Slightly, okay, maybe slightly better than the rats and the spiders. And yeah, this spot's alright for the peritons. Next we have the Gno magicians, like whatever were they called, I forgot their name. I mean, just bear with me, I don't really know the name of all the 500 characters and so on. Blighters, like no blighter, something like that, I think it was. So, really similar in design to that of these wolves, so F tier probably, or E tier. Okay, maybe E tier, slightly higher than the noxious spitters, but still, I'd much rather not have them in my eyesight. So for this reason, I will be ranking them in the low E tier. Next we have the ogre, so like 18, well, he has his charm, like whenever he hits his head and gets done, it's a fun thing to see. But does he really deserve to be in D tier? I don't think so. Like, it's highly concerning at best. Maybe somewhere around here. Yeah, okay, maybe a little bit better than the regular zombie, but worse than the blasters. Yeah, maybe E tier should suffice for him. Next, we have a really slick enemy like the Harasser, probably the most encountered enemy in the whole franchise. Okay, maybe after the goblins, like the orcs from the first game, but it's definitely up there. Like, if there is a stage past the fifth one, in it there will be harassers. So, like, the design is just awesome. It's definitely deserved of F tier. Like, just look at this. Also, the hairstyle, awesome, perfect, and all. I guess it's really similar to that of the Avenger, but I rank the Avenger higher just because he has more bulk than him. If he works on getting more chunky, then I guess he can rank higher. But for the time being, I guess I'll just stick to the lowest of S tier. Seems fine to me. Next we have the Gnomes, which use the catapults. So it's basically the same enemy, which means that we'll be ranking it next to each other. Like you can notice, it's basically the same enemy, nothing really to discuss about it any further. Okay, so we've gotten, finally, to the Vengeance enemies. So we'll be starting off with the guys that throw potions at you. I mean, the beard is definitely nice and all. So just for the beard alone, I'll be ranking him at least in the B tier, maybe somewhere around here. Yeah, just above the bot trickster, below the orcs. But still, like, don't get me wrong, this beard is hard to get, so I'll give him props for that manner. Next we have the miners. Once again, an excellent beard choice. Like, I slightly prefer the beard of the potion guys, but they still have their charm. Like, pillagers are slightly better than them, I would say, but like, it's close to be here. Like, it can work a little bit more on trying to be unique, but at least the beard is awesome. Next we have the brutes, like the stone beard elementals or whatever were they called. So I'll be placing them somewhere around B tier maybe, like the worst of B tier. Like when he gets into a 1v1 fight, he definitely shows his true potential. But like for the general feel and everything else, I mean he's just alright. Definitely similar to the potion guys, so yeah, B tier is okay for him. Next, we have this guy, which is basically like the miner. So we will be placing him next to each other. Maybe slightly above him, just because the glasses are a nice detail. Well, yeah, there's not really anything much more to say about him. It's basically the same as the miners, so yeah. Next, we have the Vikings. Well, the Vikings are definitely one of the cooler enemies. Like the beard is definitely the best one so far. Maybe somewhere around this spot. I think it's an okay placement for them. Uh, like the Heretic has slightly more fashion when compared with the Vikings. I mean, the design is really casual and just gives you the overall feel of the enemy. Nothing really more to add about it. Next, we have the Huntresses from the northern area. Do they really need any introduction? Like, it's just a standard procedure at this point. Definitely the worst out of the bunch in S tier so far. Like, these are definitely better than her, but she's definitely up there. We have the Winter Wolves. Well, they're really similar to that of the other wolves, but I think that just because their design looks slightly more menacing, I'll be ranking them a little bit lower than the rest. Like maybe somewhere around here. Yeah, I think that this is an okay spot for them. I still prefer the regular wolves a little bit more. Next we have the... What are these even called? Like the only flank enemy in the northern area. Actually, there is these guys as well, but well, you get the point. This is the true flank enemy. Like the frozen Drauger enemies, doesn't like something like that. You get the point. Well, it will be ranked pretty similarly to that of the other imps. Like, I'm not that huge fan of the design. I can probably say that it's slightly better than those two. But like the Demon Ward, he definitely has at least the mustache helps him out a fair bit. So yeah. Um, Next we have the Valkyrie, like like the Valkyrie. Yeah, I don't really know what it's called. The Heroine is alright, I guess. Do they deserve to be B tier though? I don't think so. Like somewhere around C tier, it's just an alright enemy. Slightly better than these guys, maybe. Yeah, Immortals, I'll give them an edge. The axes are alright, I guess. Just a standard weapon. Nothing really special about them. Next, we have the... I guess these ones are a little bit more cute than the rest. Like if you manage to tame it, It can be definitely one of the uh, cuter enemies. Like at least the Vikings were able to tame it, so if they can, so can you. Um, well, I'll rank them really similarly to the Vikings. I guess I'll give them an edge, but I'll treat them as the same enemy. I mean, it's definitely better than the other wolves, just because you can tame it easier. Next we have the woodcutters that you find in the tutorial. There isn't really anything to say about them. Like they're bearable in design. I'll give them an edge over the Rochrooms and Lucans and so on. Like maybe yeah, somewhere around here. Whereas they don't really look friendly. Also their design is not really great. Like the beard is just average. Also casual hairstyle, nothing really special. And yeah, just bearable design at best. Okay, so the Apex Stalkers, or I think that's what were they called? Yeah, Apex Stalkers. So, well, they're one of the scarier enemies, somewhere around F tier, probably. It doesn't give me any cute vibes at all. Like, I would much rather run away from it than trying to inspect it closely. So, yeah, I think F tier should be a decent spot for it. I mean, while we're at it, at least we can rank the Shard as well. So the Shard is definitely way more cuter than it. Is it S tier? I don't think so. Should be somewhere around A tier. Like it's really similar in design to the uh, orcs and the gnolls. Just a cute enemy overall. Nothing really more to add to it. Also, just one eye might be a little bit strange at first glance, but trust me, it cannot pose any harm to you. Okay, maybe. Okay, so let's just place him here since we need to keep it fair. Okay, this enemy doesn't really need an introduction. We all know where it's going. I won't even comment on it. At this point, it just yeah, okay, yeah. So we get the point. Next, we have the. Actually, these fellas are rather cute, to be honest. At least the facial expression, it gives you the friendly vibes, I guess. So for this reason, I will give it the B tier. Like maybe somewhere around here. Honestly, yeah, get just give it high B tier. Even some people might go as far as to say to place it in the A tier, which actually, okay, I agree with that statement. Yeah, I think that I'm fine with it being A tier. Is it better than the Mounted Avenger? I don't really think so. But for A tier, yeah, definitely. Like, just super cute enemy overall. If I could tame one in real life, it would be really fun. Next, we have the other Valkyrie, like the core Valkyrie. It's standard procedure again. We don't really need to describe them. Somewhere around here. Yeah, I think that this spot's fair for them. Yeah, sleek design, nothing really negative to say about it. Moving on, we have the Draugers. Well, nothing really special about them. I guess they're slightly better than the zombies, if I can even find them. I think that they were, yeah, okay, so we have the zombies here. Somewhere similar to them, like it's basically the same enemy, just the winter version. That's about it. Next we have the other chart. Like, what's even the difference between this one and the other? I'm not really sure. Aren't they like the same thing? Oh, so it's basically the shard that gets summoned by the winter witches and so on. So yeah, it's basically the same enemy. So we'll be placing it next to each other. Well, it's slightly more cuter than it when it's just a cute little ice shard. So we'll give it that. Okay, maybe. Okay. Top of it here. Yeah. This spot should be alright for it. Next we have these guys which freeze your towers. Not huge fan of their design overall. Just looks like a menacing enemy. Nothing really more to say about it. Should go somewhere around here, most likely. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with this spot. Maybe slightly better than the ogre, but yeah, I cannot really rank it any higher. So, the tier it is. Next, we have the Frozen Giants, which definitely have the bulk, I'll give them that, but they're really similar in design to that of Blood Shells, and since I ranked Blood Shells in just the tier, I'll do the same for the Frost Giants. I mean, the design is alright, but like, I don't really want to be in contact with them either, so D tier it is. Okay, so next we have some of the recruits, like the barracks to rank. We can start with the footman. I guess he's alright, like top of C tier. We'll start with. Next we have the actual miners, which I guess they're similar in design. Like they will be ranked somewhere around this area, a little bit better than the Saurian flank enemies, and a little bit worse than the Dark Scare. Next we have the Footman. The Footman is basically the same enemy as the Militia, so yeah, basically goes next to each other. Next we have the Doggo. Like, who doesn't like the Doggo? Like, it's an easy S tier, maybe. Is it S tier though? I don't think so. Like, top of A tier, definitely cuter than the Ice Shard, but like, it could have been better, definitely. It could have been better, but still, it's enough for the top of A tier. So let's move on. Okay, these guys, I'm not a huge fan of them. I'll just place them in the C tier. Like, it's alright, but I'm not really um, attracted to his design. Like, he's hiding too much. If he didn't have the helmet, I would be able to give a more accurate judgment. But just for that, I'll just place him next to the Rocket Riders for the time being. Okay, next we have the farmer guys. Well, for this example, I've gotten the oldest one. So I guess we'll just leave them in bearable tier. Like, it's alright. Nothing really spectacular about them. Like, we just need to consider also the other farmers since there are like 4 or 5 variants for them. Uh, okay, so basically, yeah, I have all of them. Like this one is definitely the worst of the bunch. Like, what even is this? He looks like a cyclops. Just place him somewhere around here. This is probably the best farmer of the out of the bunch. Yeah, maybe somewhere around here. Okay, maybe lowest of bit here. Next we have this guy who is having a water bucket as his helmet, which is definitely cute, I would say. Like somewhere around here should be a good spot for him. Yeah. And next we have yet another farmer, which is just an alright design at best. Nothing really more to say. We'll place him next to his companions. We have the trained vultures or falcons. Yeah, those are falcons, right? Well, they're alright in design. There's nothing really spectacular about them. I'll rank them really similarly to that of the Saurian flank enemies. Well, are they better than the poor guys though? Okay, maybe slightly better than the poor guys. So just for that, we'll place it one spot above to assert dominance. Next, we have yet another farmer. Actually, that's not a regular farmer, that's Joe Jenkins. Okay, so since it's Joe Jenkins, definitely going in the top of A tier. Is he going for the S tier though? Okay, I'll place him in the S tier just because he's iconic. Like, if you mess up with his ship, he's going to deal with you next. And well, he's just cute farmer. And for the iconic standpoint, we'll give him the S tier title. Moving on, we have the first enemy that you encounter, like the first actual stage. Definitely he has the worst design out of the bunch. I guess he's slightly better than the Valkyries. Like maybe, yeah, slightly better than the Immortals and worse than the Masked guys. Yeah, I think that this spot's alright for him. Next we have Kung Fu Sheep, like the ones that Joe Jenkins summons. So, well, I think that it's really obvious where they are going, an easy SS tier. Like, just look at this. A sheep, but with ninja style. Like, can you even wish for more? I don't think so. Are they better than bunnies though? Well, that's a hot debate. Maybe, well, I mean, just for the fun factor, I'll give them the top placement for now. Like they're maybe slightly better than the bunnies. So yeah, we'll place them on the top of the rankings for now. They'll probably not remain there for that long, but we'll see, we'll see. Okay, so next we have Ageria. Definitely the best designed Ageria out of all the ones that we'll be ranking. So it's definitely an easy S tier. No, let's actually, uh, yeah, maybe somewhere around here should be a really easy spot for her. Like the design is super slick, the hairline is excellent, the clothing is also really fashionable. She's also riding a panther, like whatever more would you want? Like everything about her is just perfect. There isn't really anything negative to say about the design. So an easy SS tier. Okay, maybe. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that ranking. Next we have the elves, like the ones which are for some reason dealing next to no damage, but we are not discussing balance. So for the design, I mean it's an elf, so just because it's an elf, it will be ranking higher than the rest, like the majority. Somewhere around here, maybe like the top of B tier should be alright for him for now. Like maybe even A tier. Yeah, okay, I'll place him in the A tier. Like the design is super simple, but it's effective. And once again, just because he's an elf, it gives him a huge boost in the rankings. So yeah, A tier should be alright for him. Next, we have the priests. It's definitely casual procedure at this point. You get the drill. I don't really need to explain myself that much anymore. I'll I'll treat them the same as the Valkyries. I think that the Valkyrie has a slightly better design just because of the helmet. Like it gives you that more bossish vibe, unlike the regular hood that the priests have. But they're also cute, like don't get me wrong. It doesn't matter really which one you consider to be the better one. But I'll treat them equally. Like for me, they're basically the same. So yeah, moving on. We have the Griffin Riders. Um, I don't really know which one to rank, like the Griffin Rider or the Griffin itself. If we are going to rate the Griffin, which I think that I'm going to do since later we'll be ranking Broden. So yeah, for this enemy, we'll be treating the Griffin, not the actual enemy that's riding it. Like the Griffin is definitely nice. It has a really cool design. I mean, it's a Griffin. Like, is there anything that we need to describe about it? It's somewhere around here. Yeah, just because it's just an astounding animal, like fantasy animal. It's not like it exists, but you get the point. Next, we have the Arcane Wizard, definitely the best Arcane out of the bunch, at least for me. We'll see if that changes. Astounding, like, I think that it's really fitting. Maybe we'll give him the highest of A tier, like, just because this tier is named for him. So yeah, I think it's only fair to give him the top of A tier. I mean, the design is cool, like it could have been improved slightly better, but I'm satisfied with the overall outcome that it has. Next, we have the High Sorcerer. So he will be ranking a little bit lower than the rest, just because, well, I'm not that big of a fan of his beard. Like, it gives you that Doctor Who vibes, I guess, which is alright in itself. So for this reason, I guess I'll rank him slightly higher than the regular enemies, but I won't be giving him any more bonus points in that department. Like, it's just an alright enemy. I mean, the majority of them will be placed here, like just basic, nothing special, nothing bad about them either. So, yeah. Moving on. Okay, what even is this? Like, does this even need an introduction? I think that all of us know where this is going. Yeah, if this one was cute, well, I think that Sheepy takes the cake. Like, there is not really anything to discuss about it. It's just broken. Like, I should have probably added a 3SS tier just for him to place him in the broken cuteness tier. Like, yeah, he doesn't really need any further introduction. Just insanely cute enemy. Nothing more to add. So next we have the paladins. So paladins definitely the best design out of the bunch, I think. I'll even go as far as to say that I like their design in Vengeance more than that of the Alliance. If they even copy pasted it, I would have been mad. But yeah, maybe somewhere around the Arcane. Like, it's super good design. I can even see some people ranking him in S tier, which I have nothing really against at that point. Yeah, maybe the lowest of C tier is alright for him. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that spot. Okay, next we have the Golem House. Well, how do you even rank this enemy? Like, you just run far away, I guess. I'll just give it the top of F tier. Like, or maybe the lowest of E tier. Like, if I see a walking house towards me, I know that I will be running far away. So, yeah, maybe F tier. So, right for it. Okay, these two enemies are a little bit similar to each other. Like this one, it's basically identical as the other dwarf. So we'll be placing them next to each other. I guess his beard is slightly better than the rest. Well, yeah, he's actually really similar to the builder. So just because of the beard, we'll place him one spot higher. Next we have the... What was his name called again? I forgot. Again, it's really difficult to remember all 500 character names, so bear with me. I mean, he's just alright. I don't find anything special about him. I guess he's chunky in some regard, but he will be ranking lower than Footman and Militia for me. Yeah, I think that top of C tier is okay for him. I mean, I'm giving a lot of bonus points for the beards, but like beardless is also nice, like similarly to the Footman and Militia. So yeah. Next, we have another paladin. I mean, it's basically the same paladin. The thing is that he's just riding a pony. I mean, we can add also the pony to the fact. So just because the pony is really cute, we'll give him some bonus points for that department. Yeah, I think that this spot is alright for him. Yeah, definitely. Like, if you can have a paladin or a paladin with a pony, you should definitely go for the second version. Next, we have the musketeers. Definitely the best musketeer design in the franchise. So just for that, I'll start with the A tier. Mm, yeah, maybe somewhere around here. And the design is super simple and effective, and their overall vibe is just great. I mean, there's not really too much more to discuss about it. Some people rank them higher, some people just consider them average, like overrated here. But at least for me, they're a little bit more special than the rest. Next we have the War Wagon. So where do we even rank the War Wagon? It's just bearable design, like we'll give it the top of the tier. It's just a wooden structure, like how do you even rank that? I have no clue. Moving on, we have the Anurians. So starting off with the most regular enemy. I guess the design is just bearable at best. Yeah, maybe somewhere around here. A little bit better than the Dune Terrors. Then we have this guy. Well, he doesn't he look like someone took a sword and sliced his head in half, or like a hammer and just leave this mark in his head. Like he just looks so wonky and so like it's concerning. Yeah, definitely the design is concerning. He will be ranking a little bit lower than the demons. I think the T tier is alright for him. Like I definitely consider at least the regular frogs to be better than him. Okay, I mean Anurians. Don't disrespect them. We have these guys, like the flank enemies in the Anurian campaign. Well, how do you even rank them? I mean, they're slightly cuter than the regular Anurians. I can assume that they're huggable. So for that reason, I guess I'll place them, yeah, somewhere around here. Yeah, they're definitely really similar in design to the Saurians. I mean, Anurian, Saurian, even the name is mostly the same, so yeah, why not? Just treat them as the same enemy. Next, we have the Anurian Enhancer or Enchanter. I think that this is by far the best Anurian out of the bunch. Like, yeah, maybe even somewhere around here. Well, for our standards, he might be ranking 4, but assume that you're an Urian and you see this guy walking down the water streets. Well, the design is definitely awesome. Like, maybe even, okay, give me a second. Maybe even somewhere around here is alright for him. Yeah, I think right here should be decent for him. Is he better than the darters and the shrooms and so on? I don't think so, but his design is definitely cute. Next, we have the Kingpin, like the Anurian Kingpin. He will be ranking somewhere around here. I'm not a huge fan of him. He could use some weight loss. I think that he might be eating a little bit too much, which really shows. So he's still better, I guess, than the Scorpions. So yeah, maybe slightly worse than the Skeletons, a little bit better than the Scorpion. Yeah, I think it here is alright for him. Next, we have another really similar enemy to that of the Anurian Enchanter. I mean, I'll basically treat them the same way, so I'll just place them next to each other. I mean, the design is super similar. There isn't really anything to differentiate between the two. So whatever I said about this guy, it applies to this guy as well. I also forgot what is their name, so I mean, if someone knows it in the comments, he'll probably say it. Next we have just a robot, like how do you even rank that thingy? Maybe somewhere around here. Like I'll just run far away from it. I don't want to have anything personal with it. Like where we have, yeah, we have this guy who created it. So, well, he's crazy. I'll give him that. So he will be highly concerning. Maybe slightly better than the Rarity, but still worse than the demons. Yeah, I think the TTR is alright for them. So moving on, we have the Crystal Demolisher. Well, he's basically the same as the house, like the moving house. I guess he's slightly worse. Yeah, maybe somewhere around here. I would much rather face the house than the Crystal Demolisher, like just If you look at it closely, you know that the only thing it wants to is to smash you, so yeah, nothing really to say more about it. Next we have the Snow Golem. Well, I will rank the Snow Golem higher. It's basically the same as the Crystal Demolisher, but I'll give him a slight edge. Just because, well, he's cute, though. I mean, he cannot really move, so he cannot pose a threat to you. It's like a moving croc. Like if rocks could be brought to life, I think that this would happen. I'll give him the lowest of B tiers. Yeah, he's slightly cute. A little bit above average, so yeah, B tier, alright for him. Next, we have the most annoying enemy in Vengeance, probably debatable, but still most likely one of the most annoying enemies in Vengeance. Hmm, is he cute though? Nah, highly concerning at best, bearable at most. Uh, yeah, maybe I think that somewhere around here should be an okay spot for him. A little bit better than the skeleton guards, I would say. Next we have the souls. If I can find my ghosts, so I'll just place it next to it. Like it's basically the same design, like it's just reskinned. Next we have the Apex Stalker or whatever what is called, Apex something. I don't really remember. Like he wants to murder you, that's obvious. But at least the design is cool. I'll give him that. Definitely a sick design. Like it gives you the pillager vibe. When it comes to that, he'll murder you, but at least his design is cool. So I'll rank them next to each other. Next we have the Guardian, like the Crystal Guardian, which changes his immunities. I mean, he's similar to that of this guy, like the Crystal Reaper, Ice Reaper, but I prefer the Reaper slightly more. So I will rank him somewhere around here, maybe. I mean, the design is still cool and all, so I'll give him that. But I cannot really rank him any higher. Next, again, we have another ghost, and we know where ghosts are going. I'll treat them all basically the same. Well, this guy is a little more, let's say, scary looking, so we'll place him a little bit lower, maybe somewhere around here. Yeah, still close to them, but just because of the facial expression, like it's really unnecessary, makes you 5 times more scarier. Here we placed a little bit lower. Then we have the cursed skeletons. Well, they're really similar to that of the ghosts, so I guess I'll rank them next to the other skeletons, maybe just below the, the regular one. Next we have the werewolves. I mean, if I can find the regular werewolf, we'll place it next to it, like we have the Vulcan here. I might place it a little bit higher, the other one. I cannot really find it at the moment. I guess you stick with this placement for now. But you get the point, it's just the same as the werewolf, so yeah, nothing really to discuss. I guess maybe he's slightly better than the Vulcan, so at least the way he walks is funny, so I'll give him that. Like, yeah, maybe this. Oh, actually, he's been next to each other, so yeah, that checks out. Next, we have the Bone Carriers. Well, just a menacing enemy. Definitely needs to go here. You don't want to have any business with it. Nothing really to discuss anymore about it. Next, we have the Chomper bots. Well, they're basically the same as this guy. I guess I'll rank them somewhere around here, like the lowest of it tiers. Should be a sufficient spot for them. Next, we have the scariest wolf out of the bunch. Like, I will be running away from it if I see it chasing me, so it doesn't also look huggable at all. So yeah, maybe somewhere around here should be a good spot. Yeah, I think this is the perfect placement for it. Also, what even is this like? Let's bump you a little bit. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with that. Okay, so another copy-pasted enemy, like just look at this and this. Like it's basically a copy-paste, nothing really to discuss. The same thing I said about these two, it applies to this one again. And the thing is, we can probably see this enemy again in Alliance in October, which is just beyond me. But I guess that's how Ironhide like to proceed. Next we have Flyches, which might be a little bit of controversial pick, to be honest. But I personally really enjoy their design. Uh, 8 year is like uneasy for them. Definitely better than the rest of the shamans. Like the crown is really nice. Also, the skull being split is also a really nice detail. The stuff is great. The outfit is also really awesome. Like it gives you that vibe of power and so on. I mean, maybe slightly better than the darter as well. Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with this spot. A little bit more, and it would have gotten S tier, but I think mid A tier is alright for it for the time being. Okay, so moving on, we have the... What was even this enemy? I'm not really sure. I don't remember it being anywhere. He really seems to be like the one who rides the griffins, but we already ranked it. I'm not really sure what's this enemy, but I'll treat it similarly to the rest, like it's just alright at best. Yeah, maybe somewhere around here. A little bit better than the Troll. Slightly worse than the Rocket Riders. Yeah, I think this spot is alright for him. Next, we have the Musketeer guys, or they're using muskets or shotguns. I guess it's probably muskets since it's just a one single shot. Like the beard and mustache, don't get me wrong, they're both really awesome. Like, to keep this, you really need a lot of effort. Is it better than the Viking though? Well, maybe slightly. I'll give him a little bit of an edge, but they'll mostly be ranked the same. I mean, yeah, basically the design is really similar to each other. Nothing really else much to say about them. Next, okay, so we have some more Kingdom Rush enemies to rank. So we have the regular Brigade. Well, it's just alright. Like, place it next to the Immortal and move on. Okay, so this one will be ranked a little bit higher. Again, just because he has the muscle and so on. And I appreciate keeping a good physical state. So yeah, maybe somewhere around here. Yeah, basically the same as the pillager. Like the pillager is just a more deer with extra armor. So I think that both of them deserve to be next to each other. At least I'm satisfied with that spot. Next we have some more spiders to rank. Like just give this one the regular and this one the other one. Like it's basically just a copy of each other. Okay, we'll also try to keep it balanced, like, yeah, as so. Okay, so we finally have gotten to ranking the heroes. I don't even know how much time it took me. Okay, so it took me 2 hours to rank most of the enemies. And we also have the Hammerhold and Alliance enemies to rank as well. So we are not even done with the regular enemies. But at long last, we have gotten to the heroes. So let's start ranking them. We have Sir Gerald. I think that all of us know where he's going. Well, some people might be disappointed by the placement, but me personally, I think that S tier is fair for him. Is he better than the Paladin? Well, not really. He's better than the regular Paladin, but the pony definitely helps the other one. Like, this is not the same as this one. Like, this one is the one who rides a pony, so just because of that, I'll give it a slight edge above Gerald. But still, definitely an awesome hero. Next, we have Agiria. Well, I already ranked Illyria. This one will not be ranked as high. I mean, she can summon a cat, but this cat that the other Agiria summons is more powerful, which definitely gives her a bonus point. So regular Agiria, well, somewhere around here, I guess. Yeah, mid B tier, S tier should suffice for her. Next, we have the one and only Ulrich. Like Ulrich, we can treat him the same way as Gerald. Both of them are awesome in their own games, so yeah, the scarf is a really nice touch. The armor is basically almost the same as Ulrich. The hairstyle, I personally really enjoy. Nothing really more to say, just great hero overall when it comes to aesthetics. Okay, this one might be a little bit controversial, but like he can shoot fireballs. So since he can do that, that means that he's like you get the point. Um, where exactly do I place him though? Like maybe somewhere around here. He's not like perfect for the SS tier, or is he? Nah, I'm just stick to S tier. I might probably move him to the SS tier a little bit later. We'll see about it after I like finish the whole tier list and just give the final touches. But he bans all elements, so he says it, not me. And nothing really more to say about him, just excellent hero. Nothing really negative to say about him. Next we have Ashbite. Well, Ashbite is just bearable, dragon at best. Like if I were a dragon, would I enjoy being around Ashbite? I don't think so. Like he's just alright at best. Like the lowest of C tier. Not bad, not great either. Next we have Astra. Astra is getting the standard procedure treatment. So yeah, this is an easy S tier. Where exactly though? Yeah, I think somewhere around here. Maybe here. Yeah, I'll place her here. I'm satisfied with this plot. Like, she's hidden under the hood, but I think that there are some comics which review some parts of her a little bit more. So we'll base the rating out of the comics. I mean, S tier is definitely a fair ranking for her. I don't think that anyone would disagree with that placement. Next, we have a dragon, which actually shows how it's done, unlike Ashbite. Like, even in the base game, Ashbite just sucks. Unlike Barasat, well, now that's a really, really great dragon. Like, if you're looking for a dragon, this is the one. Like, I will probably give him the top 5 spot for the time being. Since out of all the dragons, I think that he might be the best one. We'll see if that changes. But he's definitely up there, like an easy SS tier. I mean, it's also Scorching Hot, so, he definitely has that factor for him. Next, we have the Captain Blackthorn. So, Captain Blackthorn, well, he's a little bit difficult to rank. He's just crazy, like you can see from the portrait that he looks crazy. But yeah, I think I'll just rank him similarly to the other one, since even the card choices, it's mostly identical. So I think, yeah, this placement is fair for him. Next we have Bowling, so I think that we already ranked an enemy similar to Bowling, so we'll just place him next to him, like somewhere around here. I think is fair. I mean, both of them look mostly identical. Also, this guy might have gotten a little bit too high, so bring him to the C tier. Yeah, I'm not really satisfied with him being in the B tier. Okay, so Bolin, yeah, this spot. Okay, maybe here, next to the other dwarfs. The design is super identical, so we have to keep it fair. Next, we have Boneheart. Like, Boneheart is a little bit controversial for me, since I would either rank him in the F tier or in the S tier. Like, if I see something like this, I know that I'm running away. So I know that I might be making a huge chunk of people who will be watching this angry, but I'll place him in the E tier for the time being, like a skeleton, which can also kill you in an instant. Yeah, that's a no-no for me. Well, maybe, yeah. Oh, let's place him next to the other skeletons. Cannot really say anything more about it. Like, the design is super sleek and all, but we're ranking cuteness, I guess, with some notes of not destruction, let's say. And well, Boneheart will definitely kill you in an instant. So we have Bulwark, super underwhelming hero. Nothing really special about his design either. Like, he's somewhere around the E tier. Like, I can say that he's a little bit worse than the Yeti, a little bit better than the Drauger. Yeah, I'm satisfied with this spot. Next we have Brave Bark. Again, it's just a regular tree. Like, the design is bearable. Like, he looks scary, not cute. So maybe E tier, yeah, E tier should be sufficient for him. Next we have Logan from X-Men. Well, I personally enjoy the design of Logan. At least in X-Men he has a really good character, so is he very cute though? I don't really think so. Like, it's just alright. Place him somewhere around this area, next to the Pillager. Next we have Bruxa. Well, Bruxa is one of the more underwhelming heroes, to be honest. Like, she'll get the standard procedure, but not as far-fetched as the others. Like, she needs to work more on her appeal. Like, I'm not that huge a fan of her, so lowest of B tiers for the time being. Next we have Kata. For some, Kata is like an SSSSS tier, like Infinite S tier hero for me. It's not really the same. Like, I'll say that she's cute, okay. Like, there is no denying that. Maybe somewhere around here. Yeah. But did she deserve to fate here? I don't really think so. Like, it just looks a little bit creepy, to be honest. I mean, the main point is that you she spawns for pixies, and I won't really go into further detail why that boosts her ranking. So next we have the Black Corsair. I mean, this guy in particular, he has such a great character and all, like an S tier, easy. Just look at this. Such an awesome pirate. Like, nothing really negative to say about him. Awesome beard. Also manages to keep all of his facial expressions. The outfit is also really simple yet effective. So yeah, just for that, an easy S tier, nothing really too much to discuss about it. Next we have Cronan. Well, Cronan could have ranked so much higher, but the thing is, he's just alright. Like, there aren't really any parts of him that grabs your attention or make you consider him for a higher placement, like maybe somewhere around the middle. Yeah, maybe the middle of C tier is okay spot for him. Like, he has the scar and so on. Also, he has the muscle to compensate for the rest, but his outfit is just so basic, and he looks like he has come from the Stone Age, which I don't really like. Also, it's a little bit criminal to have him higher than the Necromancer, so okay, maybe, yeah, this spot should be better for him, yeah. Next, we have Dante. Okay, this one is really straightforward. Like, when you look at the design, like, he's a vampire hunter. Does he really need any other introduction? Um, he also has a vampire girlfriend, so, you know, bonus points for that. I think, yeah, somewhere around here, like an easy SS tier. Some people might say that I'm overrating him, but trust me, when we finish the list, you'll see why he should have been here. Is he better than a bunny? Yeah, definitely. Just an awesome character, awesome design. Like, he probably has the best outfit out of all the heroes in the game, at least for me. So another bonus point. And also weapon choices are great for him. Next, we have Dianion. Well, Dianion is a little bit too complicated. Like, the design could have been a little bit more simpler. I mean, he's an alright dragon, to say, but not as good as Beresat per se. Like, maybe some low B tier could be okay for him, like somewhere around here. I'm just not that huge a fan of the Chinese dragons, let's say. And I also don't really like his appearance. Again, it's way too complex, should have been way simpler, at least for a dragon. So yeah, B tier is alright for him. Next we have Diedre. Well, she'll get the standard procedure treatment. Like when you see such heroes, you know where they are going by default. Is she deserved a fast tier? I don't really think so. Like the top of A tier, like just below the arcane. I think it's okay for her. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with that ranking. Like some people will probably kill me for not placing her in the SS tier or the S tier, but I personally just don't really enjoy her overall feel and vibe and so on. So I'll just stick to the A tier for the time being. I might change the final ranking a little bit later, but we'll see about it. Next we have Doom Tank. Well, for Doom Tank we are not really going to rank the machine itself, we'll just rank the reinforcements that come with him. Like they have an okay design, one of the better ones honestly. So somewhere around here. Also, what was I even thinking when ranking this guy? Like, he isn't cute at all. Like, just somewhere around here. Like, that's stupid. Like, why would you even have a bucket? So yeah, for Doom Tank, we'll just rank the reinforcements. So they have an alright design. Is it deserve to be here? I don't think so. I just stay here for now. Okay, so now we have the best hero character everything in the game, in existence, Ice Cold, the legend himself. Really interesting design, not as powerful as that of Barasat. Still though, for a dragon, definitely one of the cooler ones. Like we'll give him S tier, even though he should have been in the frozen tier, not the hot tier, but you get the point. I guess somewhere around here should be okay for Ice Cold. I would consider the other dragons to be slightly better than him. Like he just looks a little bit too menacing. It's not to say that Bersan doesn't look menacing, but yeah, I guess for the dragon standards, Bersat definitely has an edge over Ice Cold. But still, he's definitely a great character. Like, there is nothing negative to say about it. Next we have Eridan. Well, Eridan, it's obvious where he's going. If we have Geralt and Auric in the upper echelon, you know that Eridan will be even above them, so that's an easy S tier. Really similar to Agiria, honestly, so I might just place them next to each other. Like both of them are elves. Like that's just the male version of Agiria. Even though I would consider Eridan to be, yeah, slightly better than them. Also a little bit better than Geralt, just because he doesn't need armor and so on to be the same tank as Geralt. Like he just relies on pure skill and no armor, which is definitely a bonus point for him. Like I can even see why some people would rank him in the SS tier. I have nothing against that, but I'll just stick to the S tier for the time being. Next we have Faustus. Definitely, I mean in this icon in particular, he doesn't look that great, but in game he's definitely an elegant hero. Definitely a cute dragon. Is he better than Ice Cold though? I mean, they're similar. Maybe somewhere around here. Like, if you're looking for a dragon, Faustus is definitely one of the more cooler ones. Not as sick as Bersat, of course, but he's definitely up there. Like, an excellent dragon, like, super sleek design, elegant, flies really fast, which is just a bonus point. And yeah, just great character. Next we have Iwara. Well, it's not really any surprise where she's going. I'm even considering placing her next to Ice Cold. She's just like the human version of Ice Cold, so we'll be placing them next to each other. Is she better than Giria? Some people might say she is, some would disagree with that. Me personally, I'll just place her next to Ice Cold, just because both of them are connected to the ice and so on. So yeah, for symbolism reasons, they'll be next to each other. Moving on, we have Grow. Grow might be a little bit controversial pick. I think I have the snow golems placed, if I can even find them. Yeah, they might be a little bit lower than I expected. Yeah, they've gotten so many enemies that I cannot even find him yet. Okay, so the thing about Grow is he's definitely bulky, like it's obvious. He's really similar to the Brute. So yeah, I think that somewhere around, okay, 1 second, somewhere around here should be a decent spot for Grow. Like the crystals are also a nice detail. I mean, he's a cute hero, like could have been better, but still, just because of the chunkiness factor, it really massively boosts his score. So yeah, B tier it is. Next, we have Grosh. Grosh, on the other hand, I'm not that huge fan of. Like, he looks someone that you don't really want to be around too much. Still better than Drougers and so on. I guess, yeah, similar to Bulwark. Just an edgy vibe going from him. Yeah, not even bearable. Like, just on the higher end of the tier is where I think that I'll settle. Next, we have the hero, which the tier was decided for. Like, it's really obvious where Ignis is going. Like, this tier was named after him, so the ship has finally been dethroned, and I don't really think that anyone will beat Ignis. Like, even I'm considering making another tier just for him, but for the sake of keeping things a little bit more organized, I will not do this. So yeah, Ignis, definitely the hottest hero in the whole franchise. I mean, he's purely made of fire, so yeah, there's nothing really anything to add on that. Next we have Ingvar. Well, Ingvar, again, I'll just rank him similar to the other Vikings. His design is super similar to them. Like, he's basically just a copy of the Valkyrie from Vengeance. I guess he's slightly better. Also, what even is this guy like? Come on, man. You don't really deserve to be that high. Okay, maybe Ingvar. Yeah, somewhere around here. Slightly better than Bowling. Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. Next we have Junpei. So Junpei, I don't really like his design to be honest. Like he's really similar to that of Grosh. Like even both of their eyes are glowing. Like when you consider the sea enemies, I guess you can find something cool in him, but I just cannot really rank him any higher than that. So I'll just settle on the E tier for now. Next we have Karkinos. Okay, so 1 second. God damn. So we have around 150 more characters to rank. Okay, so we'll be here for a while. Okay, so Karkinos, we will place him, yeah, somewhere in the bearable tier, like the bottom of the D tier. Bloodshell is a little bit better than him, but both of them are crabs, so it only makes sense to place them next to each other. Next, we have Isfet. Isfet is a little bit edgy when it comes to his design. I'm not that huge fan of him, like, it's alright, it's bearable. We have mummies, so we'll just place Isfet next to the mummies. I think it's only fair to do that. Next, we have Lynn. Lynn will get the standard procedure treatment once again, but she's not as good as some of the S tier options. Like, she's definitely up there. Somewhere around here, I think, is a good placement for her. Top Faterial. I mean, the cover choice is great for her standpoint. I think that she's an elf, but is she a Twilight elf? I'm not 100% sure. I still need to work on the war aspect of the game, so don't take everything I say for granted. But yeah, the design overall, costume, everything, just super cool. Could have been better, but the main thing about her is that I don't really like the hairstyle. Like if she had long hair, maybe she would have ranked higher. But yeah, 8 year is alright for her. Next we have Kutsao, I think was his name, the Shaolin Master, and so on. Like he's bearable. Like I appreciate having no hairline, just being bald. I think that he's the only enemy that is bald. Like even the zombies have some hair on their heads, apart from Kutsao. Like maybe he'll rank the highest out of the bearable here. Or maybe okay. Yeah, just say that there is nothing really special about him. Like he's just alright. Yeah, we'll go with C tier for Kutsao. Next we have Malik. Well, Malik, I think that it's a little bit obvious where he's going, but just in case it wasn't, I'll make it clear. So yeah, we have Malik in this spot, slightly worse than Arivan. I mean, like the muscles, they said all. There's not really anything else to discuss about Malik. Like it's obvious that he deserves the S tier. I guess the only thing he could have worked on is his hairstyle, and he would have ranked even in the SS tier. But just because he doesn't, well, he will remain here, which is still, don't get me wrong, a really great placement. Like the top of S tiers, no, there's no shame in that. So next we have Jack-o'-lantern. Definitely one of the best costumes in the whole franchise. Like, I will purely be ranking Jack based on his outfit. Like, it's just such a great outfit. Like, is there even anything negative that you can say about it? I'll still say that he's slightly worse than Malik, but like the horse that he's also riding has a really menacing feel and vibe to it. Like, okay, maybe since I have the other Jack in this spot, I think that this one is slightly better. Okay, maybe this might be a stretch, but I feel like that he deserves the SS tier. Like, the design is just excellent. Like, only positive things can be said about it. Yeah, well, I don't really have anything much to add, so let's move on. We have Kax. So, Kax, well, he's just a bearable design. Nothing really else to say about him. Like, yeah, bottom of the tier. Me personally, I don't really enjoy his character. He just looks a little too angry for me. Like, if he was a little bit more chill or something, he could have ranked at least C tier. But yeah, for the time being, we'll just stick with D tier. Next, we have Mirage. Well, Mirage is obvious choice, even though she's F tier. When it comes to the regular tier lists, she will not be F tier in this one. Is she SS tier though? No, actually, I'll reserve the SS tier spot for another Mirage that we will discuss a little bit later. This one we will just place in the S tier for now. Yeah, I think that it's totally fair. Next we have King Dinos, not Prince, the King Dinos himself. So I don't really like his design. Like he he cannot even move around. He needs 4 people to move him just because he's chunky, and his chunkiness doesn't help him. Unlike some heroes like Malik or um, which was it again? Like this enemy as well, Ingvar as well. That's not a good trait for Dinos, so yeah, I'll place him in like the lowest of D tiers. Like I guess he's slightly better than those here, but yeah, I cannot really rank him any higher. Then we have Mortemis. So Mortemis, highly concerning, maybe run far away tier, either one of those two. I personally don't really find him cute at all. He's just the death incarnate, so yeah, he's going in the F tier for sure. Yeah, even his rig is similar to the Tainted trend, so yeah, this is fair. Next we have Lilith. Lilith, although getting the usual treatment that every single other hero like her gets, she will be ranked a little bit worse than the rest. Like, the design is just alright at best. There is nothing really special to say about it. Is she slightly better than Logan though? I don't think so. Like, maybe somewhere around here, yeah, the top of C tier should be okay for her. Next we have Magnus. Magnus definitely one of the cooler characters. I personally really like his design and everything. So, um, like even though I have the Arcane in the top first tier, I think that Magnus deserves it a little bit more than him. He could even go to the S tier, but nah, I don't really think he really deserves it. But still, the top of A tier, it's a really good placement for him. Next, we have Lucrezia, so you know where we place Dante. Well, Lucrezia will not be any different than him. So she directly goes into the S tier. Where exactly though? Maybe next to Dante, just to make it fair. Yeah, I think that this is okay spot for her. Next we have Oni. What can I even say about Oni? Like, he's a little bit difficult to rank. Some people find his design to be great, others don't really enjoy it. I'm I'm personally split between the two of those. So I'll just place him in the alright tier, like somewhere around here, still better than those, but not than the rest. At least if we could have seen what is under the mask, it would have helped us out, but well, we don't have that opportunity. Next, we have Nivas. Well, Nivas will go into the, I guess, the bearable tier, somewhere around Isfet. Like, both of them don't really have anything special going on for them. At least Nivas has a really great beard choice. Like, it seems that he's has worked a long time on it, so I'll give him some props for that matter. Next we have Prince Dinos. Unlike King Dinos, this one is definitely much better character. So we will be ranking him at least in the B tier, like somewhere around this spot. Seems to be good, at least in my mind. Yeah, he could even rank in the A tier, but I feel like that, well, honestly, yeah, why not? Why not? We'll give him the lowest of A tier. Yeah, he deserves it. Okay, so next we have Olok. So Olok, well, he's not really cute at all. Like, he's just like Demon Lord, so it's only fitting to place them next to each other. Next we have Rexon. Rexon definitely has one of the cooler designs. Like, I'll definitely give him at least the A tier or maybe even S tier. But nah. I'll just stick to somewhere around here. Like, he's really similar to Lin, so it's only fitting to place him next to her. Yeah, I think that this is a fair spot for Rexon. Next, we have Margosa. I think that all of us know where Margosa is going. Like, there is nothing really to say about her. It's rather obvious. Like, yep. Um, Slightly better than Lucrezia, I would say. Still, though, it doesn't really matter which one you consider to be the better one. Both of them are awesome, so yeah, SS tier. Next, we have Shatra. You know, we rank Shatra purely based on his design, and his design is just incredible. Just incredible. Definitely one of the best ones. So, somewhere around here, like a little bit better than Lin, but worse than Yeti, and so on. Like, he could even rank in S tier, but I'll just stick to A tier since S tier might be a little bit of stretch for him. So, moving on, we have Thor. Well, Thor, definitely again, a really powerful character design. Will help him for the B tier at the very least. Like, I have actually Geralt in the S tier, so yeah. Let's give him at least the A tier. After all, that's Thor, like the god of whiting, so why not, why not? Like somewhere around here, like the top of A tier. Yeah, seems alright to me. Next we have Phoenix. Okay, so Phoenix will get the same treatment as Cygnus, like that's obvious. There isn't really anything to discuss about Phoenix. Like this tier is named basically for both of those heroes, so yeah, it's rather obvious. Next we have Raz and Rax. Like, who should I even rank? Either Raz or Rax, it doesn't really matter. Both of them don't really grab me a whole lot, so yeah, the design is just bearable at best. Like, it's slightly worse than Captain Blackthorn, a little bit better than King Dinos and so on. I mean, well, okay, so he spawns bunnies, which, yeah, you know what, that might have been a mistake on my part. So, yeah, he can spam bunnies and we have bunnies in the SS tier. So, okay. This list is based on cuteness. So, yeah, I get the point, I get the point. Let's just place him next to the sheep and we'll call these two like really similar to each other. So just because he can spawn bunnies and the funny music that plays when he tries to stun all the enemies around him, we'll give it the S tier. Also bonus points for the fact that the DPS is non-existent. So it's basically like a decoration on the field. So yeah, fitting. Okay, next we have Rurin. So Rurin definitely one of the better designs when it comes to the dwarves. Like I'll give him the at least the A tier. Really powerful beard and helmet, like it pairs really well with each other. Like I would go as far as to say like mid of A tier, like even S tier. Okay, essentially, if you were a dwarf and you saw Rurin, like you would never regret going on a date with him. So yeah, I can see why he's an S tier hero. Yeah, maybe even slightly better than Razanax. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with this spot. Yeah, definitely. Next, we have Tenshi. Well, Tenshi, just such a cute character. Like, you have a grandpa which walks around the field, but if you try to make him angry, he'll smash you with either meteors or punches. So, yeah, does he deserve to be S tier? I don't really think so, but he's definitely up there. So, we'll place him somewhere around here. Slightly worse than the Flying Sheep, a little bit better than the Gnose. Yeah, I think that this spot is fair for Tenshi. Next, we have Daddy V, so the name I think implies everything that will happen with his placement. Easily going in the SS tier. Um, does he deserve to be in the top 5 though? Definitely better than Jack. Definitely better than the Bunny. Okay, maybe. Yeah, I think that this spot, although it still might be controversial, like some people would easily place him in the top 3, but I still feel like that SS tier is good enough for him. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with this spot, like that if he has it all. So yeah. Next we have Saitam. So Saitam is, well, his design isn't that great, but it's not bad either. Like it's just an alright design, like somewhere similar to Cronen. I mean, he's slightly better though, and he's a monkey, so I'll give him bonus points for that regard. Yeah, maybe the highest of C tiers, like somewhere around here. It's alright spot for him. Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with that. Okay, so next we have Wilbur. Well, Wilbur will be ranked really similarly to the rest of the dwarf characters. Um, Otherwise it would not really be fair, so it's just an alright design, like next to Ingvar and Bowling. Yeah, I think that it's really fitting. Next, we have Kung Fu Panda. So he's going for the, I think, D tier or either C tier. Honestly, yeah, C tier is alright. I'll just place him right behind the dead call. I mean, he's alright. Like, he's huggable. Okay, maybe C tier might be a little bit low for him. Okay, so let's bump him to the B tier. Like, yeah, definitely. I mean, he's a panda, which means he's huggable. So at least B tier. Like, okay, so we'll just place him next to Grow. And I think that this spot should be a little bit more fair than either D or C tier. But still, he could have been much better. But it is what it is. B tier is still a really good placement in this tier list. So next we have Young Kaleria. Well, probably the second best Agiria. I won't go as far as say that she's better than the Vengeance variant, but she's definitely up there. Like, yeah, somewhere around here. Slightly better than Mirage, a little bit worse than Arivant. Yeah, top of S tier. Seems alright. And we'll have the best Agiria from the Vengeance in the SS tier. Like, the Panther that she summons, definitely better than. I mean, oh, like in Origins, the Panther that she summons is just so cute though. Okay, just because of the summon alone, I'll give her the SS tier, like the lowest of SS tiers, but that's just purely because of the Panther, like nothing else. Next, we have Haxo. Haxo is rather quick, like the design is bearable, nothing really special about him. Just place him next to the Trolls, I guess, should suffice for him. Next we have Durax. Okay. If you want a slick hero design, Durax is inspiration for you. Like that design is super great. Like although it says the opposite of his element, I think that he still deserves it nonetheless. Like I'll just yeah, maybe somewhere around here. Also, not to mention that the voice lines are just insane. Like if you've heard the voice lines, like they're probably top three out of the whole franchise. Like just insane overall. Definitely SS tier. Next we have Tremin. Well, Tremin's underwhelming, honestly. I'm just placing him next to the junk, so it's just alright. Somewhere around next to the dead girl. Also, he has a similar cover choice with the dead girl, so yeah, I think that it's fitting to place them next to each other. Next we have Jigo. Well, Jigo isn't even bearable to be honest. I mean, he's just place him next to Karkinos and the other hero. It seems to be a good spot for Jigo. Next we have Veruk. Well, Veruk is slightly better than Jigo, I would say. Like, maybe, yeah, he's definitely similar to the Black Corsair, or I mean Captain Blackthorn. Well, a little bit worse than King Dinas, but yeah, I think that D tier is so right for Veruk. Like, for an orc, I expected a little bit more, like something like this, or something like this. Definitely simpler, but better. Next we have Murglan. Well, you know where Murglan is going. The tier definitely says her name, so we already have the top 3 heroes. This was a really easy ranking, honestly. Also, the name is really fitting for her, even more so than Ignis, but Ignis is so iconic that I cannot remove him from the first spot. So yeah, we'll have Murglan as the second best hero so far, or character. Next we have Young Malik. Me personally, I don't really enjoy his character that much, like the uh, original Malik, which I placed in the S tier. Definitely better character than Young Malik. Like he has still a lot of work to do to reach the upper echelons, but I mean it's alright. Like we'll place it next to the Dark Scare. And I guess just behind the High Sorcerer, just because the beard gives him an edge. Also, what even is this hairstyle? Like, come on, man. You could have made it much better. Okay, next we have Anya. Oh, she doesn't really need any introduction. We'll just quickly rank her and move on to the next hero, or whatever it is. Is she better than Margosa though? I would go as far as to say that yes, she's better than Margosa. Cannot place her in top 3 though. Nah. Phoenix, although the tier is fitting for her, doesn't really deserve to be top 3. Sorry about that. Next we have Broden, an excellent beard, like super, super cool design and all. Definitely S tier at the very least. I guess I can rank him similarly to the Black Corsair since both of them have excellent beard choices. Also, the hairline is awesome, the glasses are really fitting. Like, yeah, there's nothing really negative to say about Broden. Mm, should I place him even higher though? I don't really know. I think that, yeah, this spot is alright for him. Next, we have Boneheart again. So this design, we'll just place him next to the other Boneheart and move on. Next, we have Cosmere. Cosmere is definitely a little bit better dragon than Boneheart. Like, I think A tier should be the most we can give him. Like, he cannot really rank as good as Bersat, for example. Also, where do I have Dianian again? Okay, so I have Dianian in the lowest of B tiers. So maybe I'll just place Cosmere somewhere around in the similar area, like just behind the Trickster, or okay, maybe in front. Yeah, I think that this spot is okay for Cosmere. Next, we have Grimson. Grimson has, well, not one of the best appearances. Like the mutant form really has taken a toll for him, so it's concerning, to say the least. Like somewhere similar to the Efreti. So yeah, I think that this spot's decent for him. Next we have Nairo. Well, Nairo we cannot really rank her properly just because everything is hidden behind the masks. And also, it's a guy with a woman voice lines, which is really strange. So that's actually concerning. So yeah, I would just place Nairo next to Bravebark just because of the voice lines, which yeah, basically one of the main reasons why he's ranked there. Next we have Onagro. I guess we will rank the pilots of Onagro. Like they're cute, yeah, definitely cute. Also, their voice lines just hilarious, like full throttle. Like bro, you're moving with 2 kilometers per hour. What even does full throttle mean? Like yeah, I'll just place it in top of B tier. Is it astounding? Don't really think so, but it's definitely cute. It has its charm. So yeah, B tier is fitting. Next, we have Torres. Okay, Torres. He has the bulk, definitely. Um, the mustache is also great. He doesn't have any hair though. Like, I guess he's slightly better than Kutsao, but I cannot really give him more edge than that. Also, how can you even say that he's cute when he cannot even deal with a single husk or whispering or glaring? Like, you get the drill. Just if he had a little bit more power, I guess he could have ranked higher, but just because he's just pointless, useless in every single aspect, I guess this is going to be the tier list where he's going to be ranked the highest. I mean, the mustache is fine, yeah, absolutely. I can agree with that, but like, that's the only thing that's going on for him. Next, we have Lumineer, actually a dragon hero that I really enjoy the design. Definitely better than Cosmere. S tier, yeah, I think easy S tier, somewhere around here. Better than Faustus though. I think she's better than Faustus. Like I've seen some fan art of Lumineer, and she definitely has been shown in a good light. Is she better than some of the heroes above her? I don't really think so, but she's definitely up there, like an easy S tier. Next we have okay, this one might be controversial. Like when some people see railing, like they lose any neuron activities and they just like do the following easy. No, we're not doing that. Like, she's alright at best. I'll consider her still to be S tier, but I feel like Broden is slightly better than Ragin in the Wolves department. Like, she's decent, like, don't get me wrong, I have nothing against her, but I feel like that some of the other heroes are definitely better than her. So yeah, S tier it is for now. Still a great spot. Next we have Therian. Therian is my favorite hero in Alliance, actually. And I might have a little bit of bias towards Therian. So, I mean, she's an elf, so by default, the ranking will be high. Also, no, Phoenix, you don't really deserve to be this high. Like, just move a little bit down. Okay, so I think that this spot is fair for Therian. Some people will say that she's at most B tier or A tier. But yeah, I'm biased, so take this pick with a grain of salt, I guess. Next we have Warhead. We don't really know who is the pilot of Warhead. There have been some, I guess, speculations that it might have been the person who, like Wilbur, like the person who piloted the helicopter in Origins, which makes sense since it's in the same continent. I mean, if it's Wilbur, we can give him a no right tier. Like, yeah, I think it's somewhere in the middle. Like, yeah, between Darkseer and the Yeti. Yeah, I think that this spot is okay for him. Next, we have Vesper, although Vesper is lacking in every single regard, at least his appearance is really well designed. Like, he's trying to keep everything balanced, and I'll give him props for that. So, yeah, definitely an easy S tier. I mean, he could even improve further, but for what he is, I'm proud of him. So, yeah, S tier. Let's move on. Okay, so we've gotten to the towers now. So we'll be ranking the Alliance towers. And we'll start off with the Arborian Emissary. I mean, in this picture, it looks like an eldritch being, but he's also quite cute. Like, he has some animations where he's really cute, so I'll at least give him the B tier. Somewhere around here, between Kung Fu Panda and Grow, I think it is an okay spot for the Emissary. I mean, if you're purely basing them on the images, like this is an easy F tier or something like that, but I'm trying to be as accurate as possible. Next we have the Arcane, which is, we already ranked him, so we'll just do it again. They're basically the same, so yeah. I mean, even the helmet, the armor, everything is basically the same. Like, it's just a copy paste, so yeah, A tier, move on. We have the ballista again. I guess the goblin who controls the ballista is cute. Also, you can see the one that is in the corner of the picture. He's funny. He's funny. Definitely has his charm. Like, we can place him somewhere around here next to the other goblins. Yeah, maybe in front of them. Yeah, I think that this is alright placement for him. Next, we have the Battle of Brewmasters. We'll just place him next to the other dwarfs that we placed already, since their design is really similar. Like, yeah, here exactly I think is really good placement for them. I mean, yeah, the guy that the tower summons can definitely be ranked higher, but just because we are ranking them both, one of them is killing the score while the other one is trying to compensate, but it doesn't help out a whole lot, so see here it is. Next we have the Demon Pit. Well, the Demon Pit is definitely way more cuter than some of the other demons. So, I mean, at least B tier. Yeah, B tier, definitely. Above the shaded elementals. Yeah, I think so. Seems like a good placement. I mean, they're definitely cute. Even the animation where they get launched, it's super nice. I mean, okay. Maybe we'll just place them next to the Juggernaut heads, since they're basically similar in size and everything else. So, yeah, it's fair. Next, we have the Dune Sentinels. So, those are the female versions of the assassins from Frontier. So, you know what that means. Actually, we also haven't ranked the assassins yet, which is rather strange, but it is what it is. So, the Dune Sentinels are easily going in the S tier. I think that this spot is fitting for them. Like, the design is super sleek. casual but effective. Like there isn't really anything negative to say about it. Just awesome, awesome overall. Next we have Alex plays himself. So well, I mean it's my tier list at the end of the day, and the SS tier is called Scorching Hot. So just for a little bit of bias purposes, I'll be placing myself as the best character in the franchise. Again, you can take this pick with a grain of salt, although some people would agree with this placement. But yeah, moving on, we have the Elven Stargazer, another just awesome, awesome designed character. Like we can start with the S tier or even the SS tier and then we'll move on from there. Actually, yeah, I think that this spot is really fitting for her. Like, just look at this. Like, focus on the design. Like, super, super great costume and overall feel, vibe. She's also an elf, so definitely gives her an edge over most of the other heroes. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with this spot. Moving on, we have, okay, so how many more we have? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 times 3, 6, 9, 12. Okay, so we have around 120 more to rank. Let's do this. So we have the Dwarven Flame Splitter, again another dwarf, so you know where he's going next to the other group. So let me just find them. I think that, yeah, somewhere around here, just place him next to Ingvar and Wilbur. Next we have the Paladins. I mean, the design is really similar to that of the Paladins that we already ranked, so it will be going in the S tier, I think. Like we have Gerald here, the regular paladin. Let's just place the other paladins next to him. Like the Vengeance one is slightly better. Next we have the Necromancer. Well, since again I don't really know what's under the hood, I'll just place him next to the other Necromancer. If I can even find him, I think he was in C tier. Yeah, okay, so we have the Necromancer and here's the other Necromancer. Next, we have the Royal Archers. Actually, the design of the Royal Archers is really, really awesome. So I will be ranking them quite high. Okay, Yeti, please go back. Thank you. Definitely an S tier. Like the design is even better than that of the Paladins. Like I'll even go as far as to say that they're SS tier. Like yeah, I think they definitely deserve it. Like that's just such a powerful character when it comes to the design and everything else. Like you cannot possibly rank it any lower than SS tier. Next, we have the Rocket Gunners. Well, personally, I don't really enjoy their design a whole lot. Like it's alright at best. Like we have the Rocket Riders, we have the Rocket Gunners. Yeah, I think it makes sense to place them next to each other. Next, we have the Grim Wraiths. Their design not cool at all. Like they're just going to kill you. I'll give them some bonus points for the, I guess, for the armor that they are wearing. It's definitely one of the core ones. Yeah, I'll just place them before the Spectral Knights, like the Fall Knights. And yeah, this is about it about them. Next we have Tricannon. I mean, Tricannon will just rank the characters that, I guess, fuel the tower and so on. It should be similar to that of the Red Scenes. I expect most of the characters in the costumes to be the same as these guys, so yeah, it makes sense. Next we have the Archdruid Hench. Well, it's not that really special, honestly. Like it's alright at best. Maybe if I can find Nivas, I'll just place him next to Nivas, which I don't think is going to happen. So yeah, I'm just place him next to Cronon, I guess, and this should suffice for him. I mean, the beard is nice and all, which is why I think that he's like basically the same as Nivas. The thing is that I cannot find him right now, so. Okay, moving on. We have the guy with the sarcophagus in the Lost Empire stage, so I don't really see a lot of detail regarding his outfit and so on. So I'll just place him in bottom of all right. Like Where is Sisvet again? I cannot find Sisvet. Goddamn. Well, yeah. Bottom of C tier is alright for him. Next, we have the Arcane Archers, which definitely have pretty powerful character design. Like, it's obvious where they are going, at least S tier. Should they be placed in the SS tier though? I don't really think so. Like, I'll just place them above Rurin for the time being. Still, I really enjoy their costumes. Like, such elegant and powerful costumes. Like, there's not anything negative to say about it. Moving on, we have again the Arcane Wizard. We already ranked him a couple of times, so this ranking won't be any different. We'll just place him next to the other Arcane Wizards. I mean, out of the bunch, this one is probably the worst, honestly. Like, I enjoy the remakes slightly more than the original. Although some people would say that the original is better, which I don't really agree with. Next we have the Archmage. If I can find Nivus again, I'll just basically place him next to him. Okay, so here is Nivus. I mean, yeah, this spot is perfect. Slightly worse than Nivus. Basically, they're the same thing, so moving on. We have Assassins. Definitely one of the coolest barracks in the franchise. I think B tier is like an easy rating for them. Are they worthy of A tier though? I don't really think so. I'm just place them above the. Yeah, I mean, you can see them in both pictures. It's only fitting to place them, like, just to show them the supremacy that they have over them. Yeah, that's fair. Next, we have the Awok Hut. We are not ranking the building aesthetics, we are ranking the Awok Warriors. I don't really enjoy them, to be honest. Like, they're bearable. Are they alright? I don't think so. Their voice lines are also annoying. So I just place them somewhere around here. Yeah, I think that this spot is alright for them. Next, we have the Tribal Axe Throwers. They are hiding behind the masks, so we don't have a lot to base our rating on. But I feel like it should be alright, right? Yeah, somewhere in this area should suffice. I can assume that the Necromancer is slightly better. So, yeah. Next, we have the Barbarians. Their design is really simple. We don't really have a lot to like rank when it comes to them. Like, just alright at best. Yeah, I mean, at least they have the power since they're wielding two axes at a time. So, yeah, maybe next to the Battle Brewmasters seems fitting. Moving on, we have the Bastion. Like, I forgot the actual name. Something Bastion. Like, this is basically the tier 3 barrack of the Origins ones. Like, it's basically the same dude. It's just been placed there. So I guess I would just rank the tier 3 barracks in this case. I personally enjoy their characters. I find them to be cute. Like, definitely better at least than the Saurians. So yeah, I think that this spot is alright for them. Next we have Big Bertha. For Big Bertha, well, I mean, we are ranking the dwarfs that are controlling the Bertha, so we'll just place it next to the other dwarfs. Like, I have all of them around this area. I think that these probably have the worst design out of the bunch, so let's continue. We have Blade Singers. Well, Blade Singers are easily going to at least the S tier. So we'll start at S tier and see if we should change the placement. Are they better than Paladins? Yeah, sure. Are they better than Bugios or Geralt? Absolutely. Better than other Paladins? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that I am satisfied with this spot. A little bit better than the Arcane Archers. Still, super simple and effective design. Also, the hairstyle, I personally really enjoy it. Also, the weapon choice is just perfect for them. Overall, super cute characters. And yeah, let's move on. We have Blazing Gem, so we are not rating the Blazing Gem, we are rating the acolytes that power the Blazing Gem. So they're basically the same as the Zealots or the Necromancers, like they have hoods, we cannot really see them. So yeah, C tier it is. Next, we have Battle Mecha again. Those are the same dwarves that control the Big Bertha. Like they're basically copy pasted. I'll place them next to each other just so you can notice. Like the design is one to one. So yeah. Moving on, we have the Bone Flingers, which I will place next to the other skeletons. I guess Bonem is a little bit better than the rest. Like he's slightly cute, but he doesn't really give them an edge above the other characters. So yeah, I'll just stick to the Bone tier. Like we have this area here reserved purely for skeletons. Next, we have the guy who is responsible for the reinforcements that we get in White Seeker's camp. He's okay. I think he's basically the same as the militia guy, so I won't rank him any higher than that. Next, we have the cemetery. The cemetery is obvious where it's going. We already ranked the husk and the zombie, so yeah, they're basically the same. I mean, these are slightly better. So yeah, moving on. Okay, this although it's at least an S tier worthy tower. How far will they be placed though is another question. Like we can start with somewhere around here. Am I satisfied with this spot? Maybe Blade Singers are slightly better. Yeah, I think that the crossbow fort is a little bit better than the arcane archers. Like the design, although super basic, the hairstyle really helps them out. So yeah, I think it's a little bit better. But it doesn't really matter which one is considered to be uh, the core one. Both tensors are valid. I guess for this tower we are. What should I even rank about it? Like the scientist, the one who pulls the lever, or like the zombie itself? I mean, the zombie is actually cute when you upgrade, or like as it is in tier one where he doesn't have limbs and his only way to attack is with his mouth. It's really funny. So, yeah, they're cute, they're cute. I mean, also we have Morgan here, so yeah, that's a little bit iconic. We can place him, I guess, lowest of B tier. Yeah, seems like a nice spot for them, definitely. Okay, moving on. We have the Dark Knights again. Since I don't really know what is under the armor, I'll just place them next to the Dark Scare. Yeah, it's only fitting. We'll just give a slight edge for the Dark Scare. Next we have the Deep Devil's Reef. So I'll just rank them really similarly to the Anurians, if I can find one of the Anurians that is. I mean, the design is alright. Maybe bearable at best. Okay, I cannot really find any Anurian. Okay, I'll just place him next to the Deep Devil. Yeah. They're basically the same thing, so yeah, absolutely makes sense. Next, we have the Dwarf again. Those guys are the same as the ones who control Battle Mecha and the Big Bertha. So we'll stack them all together. Like you can really see it again. All the characters are the same. Next, we have the dwarfs. So we have Rurin in somewhere around S tier. We'll place those in B tier. Like they're not as awesome or unique as Rurin. I'll just like place them above the Saurian Broodguard. And the Bastion is basically the same, so I'll just place it next to it. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with this ranking. Next, okay. Now we are talking. Elite harassers, definitely. If like easily, I might even say my favorite tower in Vengeance. So I might be a little bit biased towards them. but I think that it's fair, like somewhere around here. Like just super incredible and cool design. Nothing really negative to say about it. Uh, yeah, inspiration for both of the other characters. Like they can take a look at how it's done. I mean, it also does has a little bit of an edgy vibe for it, which boosts its overall score. But yeah, I mean, just for the sake of it being my favorite tower in Vengeance, they definitely deserve the SS tier ranking. Next, we have the. Oh, those are actually so cute. Like, yeah, that's definitely SS tier material. Like, that's definitely the cutest dragons in the franchise. Like, those are the ones on the Crystal Lake level, which can crystallize your enemies. I'll definitely. Okay, I'll just place them one tier above Bersat, since firmly believe that these are the cutest dragons in the whole franchise. Like, there is no debate in that. Some people would still say that Bersat is better. No, I don't really agree with that statement. Next, we have the Forest Keepers. I don't really like their design. Like, it's debatable or alright at best. Like, I'll just place them somewhere around here. Blade Signals are definitely better than them. Like, they just have the horns and a lot of, I guess, skin, and well, that's about it. Nothing too special. We have genies. We'll be ranking another genie a little bit later, so for this one I'll just rank the Legionnaire, although we'll also be ranking the Legionnaire a little bit later. But this design, well, it's just alright at best, like place it next to the sarcophagus guy. Yeah, worst of C tier. Next, we have the Goblin ranks. I think that these are actually my favorite goblins. I can start with A tier. Definitely better than the mushrooms. Better than the goblins, as I said. They're my favorite goblins. Um, yeah. Also better than the King Kongs. A little bit worse than the Ice Shards. But I feel like, yeah, this placement is definitely fair for them. I can also see them being in the S tier, but I'll just settle on A tier for now. Next, we have the Gnome House. So I think I already ranked the gnomes. At least Raz and Rax, they were ranked relatively high, but it was just because they can summon bunnies. Wow, for these guys, well, they're just cute, okay? Like, they don't really deserve to be in A tier, but they're just okay. Like, I'm fine with them as they are. Okay, now we are talking another really excellent character, the Golden Longbow. Easy guess tier. How high of an S tier though? Like even SS tier. So the comparison is whether or not he's better than the Royal Archers. Honestly, I would say that he is. Like the fact that he is one and they're two gives him bonus points for coolness. And also the cape is slightly better than that of the Royal Archers, at least in my opinion. So I'll give him an edge, even I'll say that he's better than Agiria, better than Durax, and we will just stop at this placement for now. Next, we have the High Elven Mage. I mean, he's just cute fella who tries to support your army but fails miserably. So we'll just leave him in somewhere around. I think that here, like the top of B tier, is alright for him. Next, we have the High Sorcerer. Okay, the design is super similar to that of the Vengeance High Sorcerer. I don't think that I will be able to find him right now, so I'll just place him somewhere in the top of C tier, like probably here, or maybe here. Okay, the bottom of B tier. Yeah, seems to be alright. Next, we have the Paladins. We already ranked the Paladins. These ones will be the ones which are ranked the lowest, just because the remake I think was definitely better than these guys. Like, yeah, I'll just place them next to the Footman. Nothing really special going on in their design. We don't really see a whole lot, so It's hard to make a proper ranking regarding them. Next we have the Ignis Altar again. I'll just place him next to the Shamans just because the masks that they wear are like the same as the Shamans. If I can even find them, it would be definitely helpful. Okay, we'll just settle with like this photo. Okay, so here are the Shamans. We'll just place them above all of them. Like their costume is slightly more detailed and slightly better than the rest, so yeah, I will give them that. Next, we have the Legion Archers. We'll rank the other Legion Archers a little bit later, but this one is just average at best. Like, I'll just place him next to the Tribal Axe Throwers and call it a day. Next, we have, actually, I forgot the name of the tower, like, Owok as a tower, Fireball Wizard, or whatever you call it. Well, he's not very cute actually, like, he's just alright at best. Maybe somewhere like next to Tremin or okay. Yeah, this spot I think that I can settle since Kutsao is slightly better. Like both of them don't have any hair, but Kutsao is like slightly more appealing than him, so yeah. Next. Okay, this one will be ranked a little bit higher than usual. So we have the Wild Megas. I mean, it will get the usual treatment that some of our entries received. So S tier, like lowest of S tier. Yeah, I think that this is a fair ranking for her. Next, we have the furnace. So basically, the thing about the furnace is it's the same as the guys who power the Triken. So we'll place it basically next to them. Like, yeah, somewhere around here should be an okay spot. Next, we have the Musketeer Garrison. Like, the design is super cool. I personally really enjoy it. The heads are really cool design. Like, they're fashionable. I would go as far as say that they are A tier. Like, somewhere around here. Like, better than the Goblin ranks, but worse than the others around them. Yeah, I think that this spot is okay for them. Next, we have the regular Necromancer. Well, he'll just be placed next to the other necromancers that we already have. Yeah, I think it's only fair. Like, I'll just place him next to this guy since, well, basically it's the same guy all over again who just tried to switch up his style. That's it. Next, we have the Orc Shaman. I think that he will be going in the D tier. Like, the design is not even alright. Like, he just looks menacing and, well, not really cute per se. Like, a little bit worse than the Grandpa. Yeah, I think that this spot should suffice. Then we have the Pirates from Frontiers, which we somehow haven't ranked yet. And I guess the design is bearable. Again, something really similar to those guys when it comes to their design. Next we have the Orc Warrior then. Again, nothing really special about them. Mm, it's a little bit concerning since some of the orcs I personally enjoyed, like the Sapper, the regular one, also the Orcs and so on. But these ones, I don't know. Some people say that they're cute. Okay, let's just give them B tier and call it a day. Somewhere around here. Next to Verk, yeah. Yeah, seems fitting. Next we have the Pirate Watch Tower. I mean, the guy's not really special. Like, he's just alright. Place him on the lowest of C tier. Nothing really to add on it, just a bandana and the regular musket. That's about it. Next, we have the Ranger Skydout. Definitely one of the cooler designs in the franchise. Let's start with B tier and see how high it will go from there. I prefer it more than the Shamans. Definitely better than Dark Forge. Okay, let's just give it the highest of B tier for the time being. I can see that some people would even rank them in A tier. I don't really have anything negative to say against that opinion, but I'll personally just stick to B tier for now. Next we have the Spear Maidens, one of the most underrated towers in the franchise. So these fellas, they are definitely an easy S tier. How high should they be ranked though? Well, honestly, I think that this spot is fitting for them. I prefer them rather than Mirage. Still worse than Arivan though. Yeah, S tier is really excellent spot for them. I mean, it's really close to the SS tier as well. I'm a little bit split apart those two, but for the time being, I'll just stick to the S tier. Next, we have the Rocket Riders. So, well, I mean, he's cute, he's funny, he's suicidal in a video game. So, we'll just place him somewhere around. Yeah, I think that this spot is alright for him. Same as the other goblins. Maybe he's just a little bit more funkier than them. Yeah, I'm satisfied with this spot. Next, we have the Rotten Forest. I'll just place it somewhere around here. There's only negative things coming from this thing. Nothing else. Only pain and suffering. So next we have the Sandworm. Again, we rank really low. You cannot really say anything positive about it. Like, is it even FF tier? I don't know, maybe like the top of F tier. So, right, for the Sun one. Next, we have the Shadow Archer. We already ranked him, so we'll just place him next to the other Shadow Archer, which is here. I mean, you can easily notice that they're similar, like they're one-to-one copies, with just a little bit more resolution added, I guess. Next, we have the monks, the Shaolin monks. Well, they're alright. I'd say they are definitely alright. Maybe even some low B tier. Like, yeah, I think that they're a little bit better than the Stonebeard Giant. So, yeah, I'm satisfied with this spot. Also, it's only fitting that they're next to the Onion since both of them came in the same update. Next, we have the Spear Maidens from Frontiers, which I definitely enjoy their design. I'll start by giving them the usual A tier, and actually it's a low A tier, like somewhere around this area. Yeah, maybe just better than Dinas, still worse than the elves. Yeah, I think this is a fair placement. Next, we have the Spectre's Mausoleum. Again, I already ranked the gargoyles. I think that I placed them, yeah, somewhere around here. But these guys, these are so cute though. Like way cuter than the original gargoyles. So just for that, I will place them somewhere around here, like the top of B tier. Yeah, I think that this spot is an excellent for them. Definitely cute when compared with the, like, look at this thing. Just pain, suffering, and evil, and so on. While the other ones, they're definitely cute. Okay, this thing is definitely going into the F tier, like, that's just menacing looking. You don't really want to have anything uh, to deal with this guy. Just crazy. Next, we have another Swamp Thing. Is he cute? No, not at all. It's basically the same thing all over again. So, he gets the same treatment as his brother. Next, we have the Templars. Okay, Templars, definitely underrated. Like, they have such a powerful design, so definitely deserved of at least A tier. Like, we'll place them, yeah, somewhere around here, a little bit better than Thor, slightly worse than the Arcane. Yeah, I think it's fair. I mean, I have the Paladins ranked slightly higher. I mean, but then again, you can think about the voice lines. and they do have insane voice lines. Okay, maybe. Okay, we'll just stick to the S tier. Yeah, low S tier seems alright to me. Next, we have the Tesla again. I just need to find all of their theories and we'll place the Tesla next to them since, the people who control it are basically the same people. Like this, everything is the same. Next, again, another trolls. They're basically the same as the others. Well, most of the things that we'll be ranking until the end will be the same since, we've already ranked them. So yeah, for these guys, okay, we'll just place them next to the other ones since they're basically one-to-one copy of each other. Next, we have Weird Wood. Weird Wood is funky, wacky, and so on. Like, he has his fair share of cuteness. Is it enough to consider him B tier? I don't really think so. Like, yeah, slightly better than Bandits. I'm satisfied with this spot. Next, we have the Wicked Sisters. I just need to find the other ones. I think they're E tier or F tier. Yeah, okay, so we'll have them next to each other. Basically the same enemy, so no discrimination in that regard. Next, we have Baby Barasat, so we have Barasat ranked really high. So since he's ranked that high, you know that Baby Barasat will be superior in every shape, way, or form. So easy SS tier. Yeah, slightly above the bunny. Like we will just consider the bunny the evolution of Barasat from a adult dragon to a baby. Yeah, it only makes sense. Next, we have the Goblin Zeppelin. Like this guy, he's such a cute fellow, at least in this portrait. You cannot go anything below B tier, otherwise it will be criminal. I think I will just stick with A tier. Like if kids that cute, like no. Even S tier, like yeah. Like just cuteness overload. Like when you look at that image, definitely deserve to S tier. Next we have Auric. Actually, some people might say that the redesign of Auric was worse than his original in Frontiers, but I have the opposite opinion. I think that it is definitely better than that of the Frontiers Auric. So easy SS tier, slightly behind Aleria. Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with this spot. Definitely. Well, he's like 2 spots above Auric, at least when you compare it in this way. Next, we have the Ghosts Duo. We'll just place them next to the other ghosts. Yeah, nothing really cute about them, just spookiness. Next, we have Bajnima. Well, I personally really enjoy his design, so I will be ranking him quite high. Like, I think somewhere around 8 tier, I just need to find an elf. Okay, so here we have an elf next to Lin. Yeah, I think it works out. Well, he does have quite similar design to that of the Blade Singers, which I think I have them ranked slightly higher than Bajnima, so it doesn't really matter. I think that this spot is justifiable. Okay, so we have 3, 6, 7, 9. We have only around 70 more characters to rank, which should take around half an hour. I'm hoping. Okay, so we have Lord Blackburn, one of the most iconic characters in the franchise. Like the design is incredible. If I have the Twilight Golem ranked this high, I should also have Lord Blackburn ranked that high. SS tier, easy. Slightly better than the Saurian Brute. I guess he's still better than Barasat. Can he compare with the Bunny though? Eh, some people might even place him in top 10, but I think that I'm satisfied with his overall performance. Next, we have this guy. I'm not that huge fan of him. I think he's the worst dwarf out of the bunch. Like, yeah, even the woodcutters are better than him. Like, just really silly design and character. Not that big fan of him. Even King Dinos is better. Next, we have the corrupted Dinos. So that's an easy no-no for me. Yeah, I will rank him somewhere around here. Is he worse than the Abomination? Yeah, maybe, yeah. That thing is just obnoxious to look at. So yeah, we'll have the Abomination slightly above the Corrupted Dinos. Next, we have the Dragon King. I don't really like his character a whole lot. Like, it's easier at most. I don't really know why Nairo is here. It's basically for the voice lines, but okay, it is what it is. Next, we have Sir Gerald from Vengeance. Is he the best Sir Gerald though? I don't think so. I think that the original is better. Like, he's attractive, don't get me wrong, so I'll place him somewhere around this compartment. I still think that the original Sir Gerald is better when it comes to design. But he's alright. I'll just place him in A tier for now. Next we have the T-Rex. Well, the one who writes it, I'm not huge fan of, so I'll just rank it somewhere around here. Don't like the design of the T-Rex, neither of the one who writes it, so yeah. Next we have Godiet, who will get a massive no from me. If you want to get butchered, that's the way to go. Like, his design is just crazy good, but for the purposes of this tier list, no. Definitely one of the worst spots. Next we have Gorgrind, also again, I don't really like the design, don't find him attractive at all. Like, I guess he's still better than the Spider, but like, no, even the Asian Ghosts are better than him. Next we have this Abomination, easy green muck going into the bottom of FF tier. Can he conquer the Abomination? No, but he's there. Just needs a little bit more spooky factor. Actually, that's a fun idea. Maybe I should next time do like a spookiness tier list. Like, some enemies, like Dinas will be SS tier. Also the Swamp Thing will be SS tier. Like the Mactan Suns will be like A tier and so on and so forth. Which sounds like a fun concept. Next, we have Gultak, I think was his name. Don't really like him. Like, is he slightly better than the witches? Yeah, even this. Yeah, that's about it. Even Boneheart is better, so yeah. Next, Hyena. Well, once again, not that big fan of the design, so just place it below the witches, slightly above the Arachnomancer. I think that this should suffice. Now we have, again, I always forget the name of this boss, but like, that's the mother of all dragons, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to war reasons. So we will definitely give that some bonus points. And is it better than shamans? Well, no, maybe somewhere around this spot. Yeah, I think it's alright. At, at, at the very middle of the B tier. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Next, we have JT. JT is definitely a really cute boss. The first time you see him, you are either overwhelmed with cuteness or scared of how massive he is. Either way, we will place him in the A tier. Does he deserve the S tier? I don't really think so. Like, somewhere around here, yeah. I'm satisfied with this spot. Next, we have the Juggernaut, like the Goblin that rides it inside is hella funny. I can assume that is the same as the regular goblins, but I guess Anuran he designed more towards the Juggernaut himself, so like somewhere around here a little bit better than the Gorillion, slightly worse than the High Heaven Mage, who I will move to the A tier since I don't know what he was doing in the B tier. Next we have Kingpin. Okay, Kingpin, bottom of F tier, like maybe a little bit better than these guys. And yeah, this spot definitely suits his persona. So yeah, let's move on. Leviathan. Okay, so for the Leviathan, we'll place him above the Efreti. I think it's an okay placement, maybe. Okay, maybe. Yeah, next to the Deep Devils seems fitting. Like the Deep Devils are a little bit better when it comes to that department. Okay, I'll also move them to the bearable compartments. Well, they are scary, but at least they have slight cuteness factor. Next, we have Militia. Militia will get the standard procedure treatment once again. So we don't really need to discuss her anymore. Just give her the regular S tier and so on. I think that this spot is alright for her. Next, we have Malik himself, the bulk of the bulkiness. You cannot go any further than that. So just for that reason alone, another SS tier. Easy get that. Like I have Malik placed in the S tier, but this guy, that's where the money is at. Um, yeah, he's better than the bunny. A little bit worse than Baby Barasat. Yeah, I think that I'm fine with this spot. Next, we have the best Mirage out of the bunch. It's a shame that she cannot really move as a boss in the Vengeance boss fight, but it is what it is. At least in this tier list, she will get praised like an easy SS tier. Um, yeah, next to Therian, maybe. Better than Lucrezia might be a stretch though. I still like that placement. Yeah, I like it. Next, we have Mowok, yes. Well, he's the devil incarnate, so if you see him, you run away. I mean, he has the bulk and so on, so he's either. You know what? Okay. For the purposes of this tier list, we'll give him a proper treatment. So let's move him to the S tier, the lowest of the S tier, maybe. Oh, okay, maybe in the middle. Yeah, we'll just stick to the middle. Next, we have Myconid. So, well, Myconid he has really strange characteristics and so on. Like, he's scary, honestly. Like, similar to the Blood Ogre. If you see him, you're going to run away. You're not going to hug him. Next, we have Nazaru. Well, Nazaru, I guess he has one of the better designs, honestly. He might even be deserved of A tier. Even S? Yeah, S tier is alright. I'll just place him above the Megas, below the Templars. I mean, the beard really carries him, honestly. Next, we have Paragon. I mean, when you look at the small guy, like before he drinks the bottle, he's definitely one of the cutest characters in the franchise. So if I'm going to rank both of them, I'll place him in like the lowest of S tier. Well, yeah. Okay. Also, why is Jack still not in the S tier? Like, at the very least, like, come on. Okay. Now I'm a little bit happier. Next we have Polix. So Polix, I don't like his design a whole lot. He's definitely better than some of the F tier options. Yeah, I think a little bit better than Kingpin, but still gives you the similar vibe like the rest. Next we have King Kong. So King Kong is just a big monkey, and we all love big monkeys. Although I will not be giving him anything higher than the lowest of B tier. Maybe? Okay, maybe. Yeah. We'll just treat him as gorillas. Basically the same enemy, just bigger size. Next, we finally have Saralgas, and low-key, this might be controversial, but looking it from arachnophobia standpoints and so on, like you're getting nightmares. But if you're a spider and you see Saralgas, definitely one of the better designs when it comes to the other spiders. So just place her somewhere around here. Yeah, I think that this is a good spot. Definitely the best spider out of the bunch. Next we have Ceres Midrias. Like, I don't really know how to rank Ceres Midrias in her Eldritch form or in her casual form. If we rank her in her Eldritch form, she's easily like somewhere around here. Yeah, even below the Abomination. But if we rank her from her usual form, like before she transforms into that Eldritch variant, I think it's around B tier, like high B tier. Yeah, I think that this spot is somewhere where she should be. Even one of the achievements is called like Bye Bye Beautiful. Like, is she beautiful though? I don't really think so, but she's alright at best. Yeah, high B tier seems fine to me. Again, if we're talking about the Eldritch form, it's definitely somewhere around this area. Next, we have definitely another abomination, even worse than the actual abomination. Like, just what even is this? Yeah, nothing really anything to discuss further. Bram the Beheader again, obnoxious design, honestly. Not that huge fan of him. I guess I'll just give him like F tier, not FF, since okay, he's at least bearable to look at. Next, we have the Overseer and Eldritch Being, which definitely goes to hell. So, yeah, I would go as far as say that he's worse than this guy. Honestly, no, let's just be fair. Like, of all enemies, I think that the Overseer deserves to be ranked the lowest, considering what he's capable of. Yeah, definitely. Okay, on another note, we have the Ice Queen, which is not FF tier, but she's like on the other end of the spectrum. So we'll place her at the very least in the S tier and we'll see how far we'll go from there. Mm, yeah, I think she's actually really similar in design to the Valkyrie, so I'll just place them next to one another. Actually, I prefer the style of the Valkyrie slightly more. So yeah, I think that this is a fair placement for her. Next we have Ulgukai. So Ulgukai, he's just an ugly troll, nothing really more to add. Like his design is highly concerning, slightly better than skeletons, I guess, but definitely worse than T-Rex. Next we have Umbra. So although Umbra has a sick design, like should we add anything else? I don't think so. Next we have Vassal. So Vassal, although being pure evil, I would go as far as saying that his design is really slick. Like it's very similar to that of Dante, and I ranked Dante this high just because of his design. So he's fine. The costume really fits him. I mean, just a standard vampire costume, but it was definitely well executed. Yeah, next to Tenshi seems like to be an okay spot. Next we have Vesnan, the original Vesnan from Kingdom Rush. So, well, nothing really spectacular going on for him. I think I already ranked the other Vesnan much higher than him, so I'll just go as far as say that he's alright, like slightly better than these guys, a little bit worse than the others. And yeah, let's continue. We have Xizi, so Xizi, mm, nothing too spectacular. Like, yeah, it's really similar to that of Jigo, so like bottom of D tier overall. I don't really enjoy the character that much. Next, we have some characters that will rank higher than usual. Starting off with Legionnaires, I think that the design is super simple yet effective. I mean, it's just a cute character overall. Like A tier at the very least. Like we can give him like the lowest of A tiers. Next we have the Drum Elephant. Well, out of the both Battle Elephants variants, this one is the one that will get ranked lower. Like the design is alright, but it's not that spectacular either. Like we just place them next to the other Legionnaires. So where do I have the other variant? Okay, so we have the Battle Elephant with the Legion Archers on it. So this one will rank way, way, way higher just because of obvious characteristics. So we'll start with S tier and we'll see how far it goes from there. Like, actually, yeah, I think that this spot is alright for the Battle Elephants. Next, we have the Falcons of the Falconer, like the Eagles or whatever you call them. So they're alright, like they're cute in itself. Like I'll rank them similarly to that of sheeps and what else? Yeah, it's just a flying sheep, like a reskin, let's say. So just place them next to each other. Next we have genie. Now this is what we are talking about. The other genies were ranked rather low, but this one definitely deserves to be ranked way higher. Like the muscles really show on this character, especially. It gives you the bossy feeling, so that's like an easy SS tier. Like a little bit better than Paragon, slightly worse than Jack. Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with this spot. Next, we have the Falconer. So Falconer, although I ranked the like his bird slightly higher than usual, I don't really like the design of the Falconer. I find it to be like better than average, but he's not that spectacular. Like he'll just go somewhere around this area. Next, we have Legion Archers, which I personally really enjoy, as I showed it with the Battle Elephant. So, well, just treat them the same way, since you know it's basically the same enemy for both of them. So, we'll give it yet another S tier, if I can even find it. Okay, we'll just place it somewhere around here, since I cannot find the Battle Elephant right now. Okay, moving on. We have the regular Legionnaire, so he'll be going in the against C tier, like nothing too special. Or maybe, okay, maybe bottom of B tier. He's slightly cute, okay? Like a little bit better than the Snow Golem, slightly worse than the Gnomes. Yeah, really similar in design to those two, so only makes sense. Next, we have the Magic Carpets, which is probably the worst Hammerhold designed enemy, like when it comes to appearance. Okay, I'll just place them in the bottom of C tier. Yeah, I think that this is a fair spot. Next, we have actually these guys, they're basically the same as the Magic Carpet, so I'll just place them next to each other. Next, we have the Master Assassin. Okay, now this is a sick enemy design. Just look at this. Super, super cool. Definitely at least A tier, maybe even S. I actually have the assassins in the top of B tier, but this one I like slightly more. So I'll place him a little bit above the, okay, maybe slightly below the Musketeers, a little bit above the Watchdogs. I mean, top of A tier, yeah. Still really great placement. Next we have the Sound Mystics, which I know that some people really enjoy their design. I'm not one of them. I just find it to be bearable. Like just give it the top of the tier. Like a lot of things could be changed to make them look better, but yeah, I personally don't really enjoy their design that much. So yeah, top of the tier it is. Next we have the like I forgot their name, like the ones where Mirage summons in her boss stage, not Legionnaires. Well, you get the point. Well, are they very cute though? I don't really think so. Like they're alright at best. Like somewhere around here, a little bit below the Reaper World, slightly above the Ingvar and the other dwarves. Yeah, I think that this ranking is decent for him. Next, we have the Sand Warriors of Auric. And again, nothing really spectacular going on for them. We just place them like so. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with this spot. Next, we have the Bear Vanguard. One of the not so cute enemies from the Wild Beasts per se. I mean, it's still alright. Like, I'll give it like this spot seems to be okay for it. Next we have an Eldritch Blink, which definitely goes in one of the lowest. So yep, we have it in bottom 10. Next we have the Bear Woodcutter. I mean, it's basically the same as the Bear Vanguard, so just place them next to each other. I guess the Bear Vanguard is slightly worse. Yeah, the Brown Cower is a little bit better when you compare the two. Next we have the Chained Nightmares. Well, their design is alright at best, but still, yeah, I would just treat them the same way as the Flying Demons. Next, we have Corrupted Stalkers, like that's just an Eldritch Being of Doom. Like, if you told that this was bad, like, that's 10 times worse. So, even here, yeah, I think that this is a good spot for it. Like, it can even teleport, so don't even get me started on it. Next we have the Crystal Golems and other abominations of doom, so we'll just place them next to the Blood Ogres since they use the same crystals, like both of them are made from the same crystals, so it's only fitting to have them next to each other. Another Eldritch Being, the Abomination, like we have the regular one, like this one. I mean, it's not as bad as this one, so since this is made out of numerous bodies, which are connected in some way. Like you can even see the stitches. While the abomination is just as the name implies it. Like no need to explain it any further. Next we have the acolytes. The acolytes are actually they're cute, yeah. I'll give them at least 8 here. And they think they can stop a whole army, especially when it's in alliance. No, no, that's not happening. But still, I'll give them props. Definitely one of the cuter enemies. Yeah. Do they even deserve S tier? Nah, I don't think so. Considering the fact that they leave a tentacle when killed, this spot should suffice for them. Next, we have the priests. Priests will go exactly to the same tier as the necromancers and so on. Like, it's hidden way too much from the HUD. We cannot really rank it properly. So he'll just remain in like this spot, like in this area. Next, we have the cutthroat rats. I personally really hate their design, so I'm gonna just keep them on like somewhere around the top of F tier. Also, another Eldritch Being of Doom, the Evolving Scourges. I definitely will. Nah, actually, the Blade Claw Horrors might be even worse than these guys, but still, they're definitely up there. Next we have the amalgams, is what it's called in the game files, which is rather strange. I mean, like they're really similar in design, but still the behemoths are slightly better. So yeah, I'll just keep it in top of F tier. Next we have the Bloodsidian spiders, or whatever you like to call it. They're terrible. We'll just place them, yeah, somewhere around this spot still. Just being chased by a crystal. Definitely not cute at all. Glergings, well, some people will say that Glergings are cute, which I actually will agree for once. So I'll just give them like a B tier, somewhere around the middle of B tier. I mean, yeah, you can even defeat it with a stick and so on, so it's not even menacing. Yeah, I'll just keep it in like that area, high B tier. Yeah, I think that I'm satisfied with this spot. Next we have the hyena. Well, hyena, it's basically the same as the other one, which I think I ranked somewhere around C tier. But these guys, I don't really like them. Like I'll just keep them in the bone tier. Maybe the best out of the bunch, but still, it's basically the same. So yeah, I'll just keep them in the bone tier. Next we have Hawk Invaders. I mean, it's definitely a cute enemy. Like even considering the weapon that it uses. Like, what does it even think it's going to accomplish apart from being turned to bacon later? Like next to the Acolyte, slightly better, I guess, or maybe even higher. Yeah, I think that A tier is alright for it. Next, we have the Lesser Ice, another Eldritch Blink of Doom, so slightly worse than the, I guess, the Cerberus, or yeah, like it's manageable, to say the least. Or it's definitely up there. Unlike these guys definitely go in the same criteria as this one thing. Like even their design is really similar now that I think about it. We have Midra's illusion. Well, I cannot really say anything about it. It's just an illusion. If we're going to rank the illusion alone though, it's somewhere around the alright tier, like somewhere in this region, like between the mages. Yeah, sounds alright to me. Next, we have the nightmares. Like, that's just a nightmare. Like, just run far away. That's the name of the game. Noxious Peters. Like, should we even discuss them? Like, obnoxious enemy. Like, yeah. And it's basically the same as the Spitters, if I can even find them. Yeah, we'll just treat them like it's the same enemy. Though I'll say that the Spitters looks a little bit more menacing because of the sword that it's in his head and so on. So yeah. Next we have the Racing Rhino. Well, I guess it's D tier. Like the design is bearable. It's not cute either, but in casual though, he's super cute. Just because every single thing can defeat it, even though it's a mini boss. Like that's probably the most pathetic mini boss in the franchise. I mean, yeah, I think that this spot is alright. Next we have the Shekwar. Um, he isn't as bad as the ones in the FF tier. Like his design is bearable to look at. I mean, he's still very ugly. Don't get me wrong. So we'll just place him. Yeah, I think that next to this abomination should be a good spot for him. Next we have Angry Sheeper. Like that's the sheep that gets transformed um, by an enemy from the other channel. I mean, the ship is alright in itself. It's definitely not as cute as the original, since it looks really menacing. But yeah, nothing really more to add about it. I mean, skunks are, they're cute in their way. Like, we can give them at least B tier. for starters. Like, yeah, maybe next to the emissary, a little bit below Kung Fu Panda. Yeah, seems to be like a decent spot. Next, we have Corrupted Stalkers, which immediately go in this area. Yeah, I think that this is the spot for them. Like, you told that these guys were obnoxious. Well, these are 5 times worse, since they are 5 times bigger. So, the bigger the worse, you know. That's how things usually go. Next, we have the Taskmaster Abomination, like the one in stage 8 that guards the elves. I don't even know where I'm going with that spot. We'll just bring it to the another abomination. Like, yeah, I think that this spot is basically like Swamp Thing 2.0. So this is fitting. Next, we have the Turtle Shaman. Also, why does it even have white eyes? Like, that's like Herobrine. Really interesting decision on the art department. Like, just because of the white eyes, I would say that the design is highly concerning. So yeah, maybe like this will be concern for the Eldritch beings in it here. Next, we have the Tusked Brewers, which will go somewhere around. I think sit here like they're alright. They're not really cute either, and they're just fine. So I'll just place them, I guess, below Oni, or like, yeah, maybe below the Tribal Extra Wars. Next, we have the Twisted Sisters. I mean, they're fine at best, like C tier, maybe B tier, if I don't know, I'm feeling queer. But no, I think that it's just alright at best. Like, we'll place it below the below Malik. Yeah, maybe somewhere similar to the other mages. Seems like a good spot. Next, we have yeah, these guys. Well, you can just see its appearance. It's really obvious that it's going to hell, so easy FF tier. Okay, so 3 more to go. We have the Vipers, like the Dread Eye Vipers. I mean, they're cute. I personally enjoy their design. Like, I think they deserve to be in B tier at the very least. Yeah, it's definitely cute. Like, something similar to Glergings, even slightly better. Like, top of B tier maybe. Yeah, I think that this spot is alright. Next, the final two remaining, we have Vultures. They're really angry looking, so just because of that, we'll place them somewhere in G tier, like it's bearable to look at. Yeah, this spot is alright for them. And we have the final, most iconic enemy that defines the whole game. No, where I'm even going, like that's not, that's super obvious. Like just place it here. Okay, so finally, after 4 hours of ranking, we've managed to rank all 500 entities in the Kingdom Rush series. So here is the FF tier, here is the F tier, here is the E tier. Like, from here onwards, I think that we are getting into the territory where enemies are alright, like bearable for the D tier. Here we have some interesting choices. Maybe I could move a thing or two below or higher, depends. Here we have the C tier. So basically in this tier is the majority of the enemies. Nothing special, nothing bad about them, just average. Nothing really to add more. Now we are on to the B tier. Like, some of these enemies are definitely cute and have potential. Some of them might also be underrated, I guess. Here we have the A tier. Now we are getting into the spicy territory. Again, some enemies might be overrated or underrated. I can absolutely see this point being said. Here we have the S tier. Like from now on, I consider every single enemy to be really worthy to be of that tier. So yeah. And finally, to finish it off, we have the SS tier with all those wonderful heroes, enemies, bosses, and so on. Again, here is the top 3, here is the top 10. If you agree, disagree, let me know down in the comments. I'll be reading most of them. One final look through the tier list. So we have the FF tier, F, E, D, C, B, A, and S, and the double S. Again, thank you everyone for joining today's web stream. It was a little bit longer than I expected, just above 4 hours. So with that said, I guess next time we will be ranking, I don't even know at this point, like I ranked every single enemy, hero, boss, tower, and so on. Like that was a little bit more than I expected. But with that said, again, thank you everyone who stopped by. Have a wonderful day, afternoon, evening, or night, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you again soon. I will sign out. Thanks for watching. See ya.